we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big old booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimping when we in the city. Don't ask her about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tennis. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm out to some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
Oh man, double tap that screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap that screen, shut alive out, man. We're gonna give it some time for some people to get in here. We are the Weekenders. Dual stream plug in the building. We are the Weekenders, man. We still in intro mode, baby. Y'all know what time it is.
I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spence a night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spence a night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
Y'all like that one right there, man. Double tap that screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? What's up, Lala? What's up, Tony? What's up, Big Niche? What's up, Larry? AR, I see you in here, man. Double tap that screen, shut alive out, chat. We do have pre-orders going on for my book, OA, Organized Action. Organized Action, a modern framework to, a framework for the modern political movement, man. So be sure to go check out the community tab if you want to support the channel. Get you a pre-order to the book. They'll probably be priced at around $14.99. I'm not gonna lie, probably about $14.99. Double tap that screen, shut alive out, chat. Hold on, where's the tag? Where's the tag? Where's the tag?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Hold on.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Yeah, that's a little loud. Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? We watching Trump versus Axios. We got Nolan Wells' parents set the record straight. We got Sneako gets pressed in an interview, chat. We got an action-packed episode. Be sure to hit the like button on your way in. We got Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, and we have Nolan Wells' mom doing a press conference. Law and Crime updated us on Nolan Wells. We have Nolan Wells' best friend coming on the TMZ saying that his death was not a whole race thing. Nolan Wells' mom also had Life 360. And they said his dad had to pull up to one of the boys' houses to get the car keys. They said the car keys, I believe, were found on an Xbox. Also, we have relationship topics we're going to cover. President Trump has launched a national crackdown on teachers accused of sexual abuse. That's according to the New York Post. Also, President Trump is going to let bipartisan housing bill become law without signing it. He's protesting over a GOP voter ID law that has not gotten the support. Tyler Perry is going to pay for Noah Wells' funeral, and Colin Kaepernick is going to fund an independent autopsy. Colin Kaepernick is going to defend an independent autopsy. Also, we seen Austin and that guy Jake Lang inside of a heated argument. I believe they were debating somewhere. And we got the President Trump full Axios interview. I seen this town hall meeting. I believe they call it Tyrone Township. And it's in Michigan. This lady was asking the people, hey, have y'all signed NDAs with any of the data centers? And only one person answered the question. Everybody else is like, I don't think I should answer. Now's not the right time to play. I'm telling y'all, these municipalities have sold us the hell out, man. These municipalities have sold us the hell out. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're not going to waste any more time. We're going to get into the episode, man. Please hit the like button on your way in. Let's see what they're talking about over here on tonight's conversation.
Who did this to me?
It was
the camera, he's sorry.
Okay, so I recently went to Miami last month, and I went for a bachelor's party.
Are you and all your friends still friends?
No, I went with a guy friend that I have, and I met a guy while I was there.
Hold on, what the fuck? Hold on. Wait the fucking minute.
She said she was with a friend and
She went to a bachelor's party with a man and met another man there. Crazy. Is that out of pocket, chat? Do y'all think that's out of pocket? If you take a +1 or a girl or guy to a bachelor party and they end up meeting someone there, is that wrong of them? Is that wrong of them, chat?
he was looking at the camera, he's sorry.
Okay, so I recently went to Miami last month, and I went for a bachelor's party.
Are you and all your friends still friends?
No, I went with a guy friend that I have, and I met a guy while I was there.
Hold on, what the fuck? Hold on, wait the fucking minute.
She said she was with a friend and she met a guy.
You done took this girl, you done flew her out to Miami to be with you at a bachelor party, and she's out here meeting other dudes. Crazy. Flew her ass out for nothing.
This is what I be talking about, Ace.
She said she was with a friend.
all right.
You guys are getting aggressive, sit down.
All right, sorry.
A guy friend, and I met a guy while I was there, and he did have a girlfriend. Was I on an Alicia Keys type thing? No, I wasn't trying to break up a happy home, but
Make sense.
She was her. Unfortunately, I think that me and the guy have real chemistry because we've talked every day since I've left there. So this question is for you all, is to see, could he possibly like me more than his girlfriend, and could I possibly be dumb to think that it's more than
What gender?
Yes, you're dumb as hell, man. You went to this bachelorette party. You met with a guy. He flew you out there. You met another guy that has a girl, and he's been texting you for a few days, and you think he likes you more than he likes his woman. Crazy.
What gender are you asking this question to? What gender?
I'm gonna ask it to whomever
You gotta pick. All right, let go.
All right. So, look.
Be honest.
You on some bullshit. I'm just gonna call it how I see it. And I don't know what you up to, but we're not gonna sugarcoat it. If you wanna go out here and do what you wanna do, go do it. But don't come out here acting like a victim, acting like somebody, because what's going to end up happening is you're going to end up getting your heart broke, or you're going to break somebody's heart, and that man is going to leave you and break a woman's heart, and it's partly because of you.
I didn't do that, though. First off, this man was on my body. It wasn't the
See, I see what y'all are saying. If they hadn't made any plans together, they are both free as far as they're concerned. Lala saying unexclusive. It's disrespectful in my eyes. Straight up, man. It's disrespectful. We could say it's unexclusive already. That's no decorum. Where's the integrity here, man? You knew that guy liked you enough to fly you out to Miami to take you to a bachelorette party around all of his people and his friends and shit. Yeah, y'all might not be together. Y'all might not be exclusive, but it's still fucking disrespectful. That's crazy. That's crazy.
The other way
He was
around.
on your body. I mean, what the fuck is going on? He was on the body.
What the other way around? Okay.
I mean, hey, she got ass. Don't get crazy.
This is
came
what.
with her.
Thanks,
with
Gino.
her.
Hey, Richie, this is why niggas don't like they girls going to Miami. It's some shit always happen in Miami.
You know what it was, though?
But she
Assumably,
went
he
with
thought
you.
What's
that
up,
I was
Amber?
Somebody that didn't have a brain, and the more that we talked, he assumed, I guess, I was some big booty without a brain, and he figured out I was a big booty with
wasn't
a
them
brain.
booties.
So why
and it
did
made
you
him
keep
more
dating
intrigued, and we talked more often.
All right. Sometimes we see. We fall. What?
She has no morals. She has no morals. I'm going to say that. Dress it up how y'all want to. She has no morals. One, she got flued out with a dude and ended up linking up with another guy. Two, not only did she link up with another guy, he's already got a woman, and she's talking about, I didn't want to break up a happy home, but she's her and I'm me. I don't owe her any love. Yeah, she has no morals, man. No integrity, no morals.
Hold on. Months or years in this relationship?
Hey, no, she on some bullshit. You trying to, nah.
I want this for everybody. This ain't just particularly for you.
Okay.
What I'm saying is sometimes you get the sign in the beginning, far before the relationship. Like, sometimes God is sending you the sign before you even got with
What's
the nigga
up, Larry?
romantically.
And
the
was
sign-
that he had a girlfriend.
And
That was the sign.
And that's a big ass obvious sign. And what's gonna happen is you're gonna get in this relationship, it may go south, and you're gonna be praying to God like, send me a sign and let me know if this was right. He like,
But that's a billboard and not a sign. That's
No,
what
you
they
said, but hold on, I'll buy the fucking shots. You said, could it be that he likes me more than his girlfriend?
I mean, I don't know, because we constantly have really good conversations.
The answer is yes.
He says, you know, I like talking.
No, check me out. Check me out.
I'm just trying to know.
Check me out.
hold on,
I'm gonna answer you straight up.
I'm doing all right, Laurie.
He might absolutely like you more than his girlfriend. That do not mean he want to be with your ass. That don't mean he's ever intending to wipe your motherfucking ass. Because your girl can get on your goddamn nerves, but I still know this who I want to be with. She's just getting on my nerves right now, and I don't like her. I love her though, but I happen to like you. You know what I'm saying? Because in the midst of my difficulty with my partner, you was willing to squeeze yourself in. You didn't even try to take up space. You know what I'm saying? You was willing to fit into my life exactly the way I needed you to fit in. You feel me? I can like you right where you at. You don't want no more? You ain't asking for shit? Hell yeah, I like you. You mean I get to still go home to my girl? Yes, I like you a lot. I'ma talk to you a lot. You mean you gonna get up? You actually okay with me having to get off the phone when my girl walk in? Yeah, I like you, baby. I like you. I like you a lot. A whole lot. Yeah, that nigga might like you more than his girlfriend. Yes.
You kept it a bean.
Listen, honey.
I'm triggered.
All I know is
That don't mean you getting a promotion.
Listen, all I know is this. Jesus did not die on the cross for you to be a side bitch. Jesus did not die on the cross for you to accept some bullshit.
Honey. I never went to
How are you not nobody's side bitch? You are already you came into this shit as a side bitch, trying to wiggle to push the other woman out. What do you mean? You came into this motherfucker as a side. Cut it out. Cut it out.
question.
Side bitch.
But we get up.
What? That's okay.
Hold on. Hold on, everybody.
Yes, this is a judgment-free zone.
Thank you.
I want to shout out all side women,
Shout out to the side bitch.
all the side bitches that ain't never called Shirley.
Hold on, no. Yeah, I took your mic as bitch. You don't know how to act. Hold on, no. It's the fact that people really be like, I know that he's in a relationship. I know that he's committed to somebody else.
But
I do want to be a second choice, but don't you motherfucking dare.
What's
call
up,
me a
Shirley?
side bitch.
But Keita, ain't this what I be saying?
No, nigga.
No.
Hear me out, Keita.
All right,
Keita.
like, no.
Keita, hear me out.
I'm not a side
Hypothetically
bitch,
speaking.
but I'm a side bitch.
What if my left side is better than my right side?
Shut up. Next question. How
Next
you doing?
question,
You've
next
been
question.
waiting in line for a long time.
All right. What's your question, boss?
My name is Anani. I'm from Jersey, but yeah, I hate that place.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I would be mad as fuck if my parents named me Anani. As a nigga, bro, as a man, bro, I don't know if it has any historical meaning or if it means something special. Excuse me for my ignorance, but just named Anani is fucking crazy, bro.
Y'all thought.
What's up, OG?
Nah, but my question is, so y'all had like an episode, like I want to say a couple, whatever, about like the 30-day rule, right? So my question is for the
90-day rule.
right? 90-day rule, yeah, right. So my question is for the girls. When do you guys think it's appropriate for a guy to apply that rule with sex and money?
Listen, you sure you don't?
Yup, 90-day rule, man. You know, you gotta put them through the ringer, man. Put them through the test, man. You can't be out here giving up that Johnson & Johnson, man, before the 90 days, man. You can't be out here paying phone bills and helping out on rent and buying juice boxes and shit, man. I tell y'all this all the time. You gotta go through enough and you gotta do enough, man. Straight up, man. Motherfuckers out here just doing the most, man. Ain't even put the 90 days in, man. You're easy. And we wonder why women running around calling all men easy. Because most of you niggas are. Just easy.
I want to ask the men. I think that they'll be.
No, let's talk about this because people we talk about this actually brings a lot of our conversations full circle. We talk about black love and what it represents, and we go into situations on the defense. Why are we wondering how long it should take to spend some money? Maybe your first date should be to a coffee shop or to breakfast, so it's not expensive. But it shouldn't be I'm about to wait this long for her to spend some money. Because
No, see, when we talking about spending money, see how she's trying to take the conversation now. If I'm not going to eat in your damn face, for sure. Go to a coffee shop, get some damn breakfast, some lunch, brunch, or some shit like that. When he talking about spending money, everybody on that fucking panel and everybody in here know what he means by spending money. He means helping out on bills and shit, helping out on car notes and shit, putting food in the house and shit when he ain't even been allowed over there. Yeah, that's what the fuck he's talking about.
Because automatically that makes it transactional. Automatically, you're gonna spend money on me for some pussy. Okay, cool. So that's all you're gonna be for the rest of the relationship then, is a transaction.
Okay.
Hold on.
You all
He
shots,
only
he
asked
said
the
women.
We finna get fucked up.
Wait. I want to add some context, okay? So, like me just moving out here, like kind of doing the whole dating scene, like I kind of like left a toxic relationship, so.
What do you mean you ain't never heard a song about a faithful good woman? You need to go listen to Life Jennings. You need to go listen to, and when them 20s stop spinning and all those gold digging women are gone, she'll still be there. She'll still be there. You need to go listen to some Life Jennings, lady.
I'm just like kind of dabbling with her. So I would take a woman out, pay for the dinner and stuff, and not even text her the next day. Like I just enjoy the experience for
You
the
need
time
that shirt,
that
Lori.
I'm having it right there. So I'm saying like in
Bless
that
you.
night,
You deserve everything good.
Ask him in. Please ask him in. Say,
Okay,
just for
go
the
ahead,
men.
man, go ahead.
All right, listen. I'm a beg to differ just a tad bit. I'm a beg to differ. I still owe it. I'm a beg to differ. The reason why I say this is this.
No, it's not men that fucked up the game. This is what it is that fucked up the game, la la. Women fucked up the game when they started turning a blind eye to hoe culture. Y'all used to shame them hoes. To cut it out. Y'all used to shame them hoes. It used to be shameful to be a prostitute, and now y'all glorify the prostitutes. Men been tricking. Men been tricking. Yeah, the rappers talk about tricking and bonding and shit, but it wasn't cool. It wasn't okay. It wasn't accepted until women started accepting it. Until y'all started saying, I'm not no hoe, but get your money, girl. I don't care how a woman gets her money and shit. Yeah, y'all made that shit okay. Y'all made it okay.
If you are a person and you're self-aware enough to know that your emotional investment in this relationship is heightened the more you invest monetarily.
Hey, y'all.
Lala, we can't even say it's my generation because we got women that are 45 and in their 50s with the same. Look at Laura Pimpin. Look at Laura Pimpin. Look at women like that, man. We got women that are 50, they're knocking on 60, well into their 40s on the same shit. My generation may have pushed it to the forefront, but it didn't start here. It didn't start here.
Too loud back there, big dog.
We weird, Lala. Now my generation weird. See, now Laura Pimpin's not from my generation, man, so we can't put this on my generation. Look at Laura Pimpin. She's a prime example that it started before my generation. My generation just put it to the forefront. My generation just, the algorithms and shit just blasting it now. You got 304 Talk teaching these girls how to go find tricks and what casinos to go to and how to bust plays and shit. Yeah, the algorithm carried it, but it didn't start here. You said it's shaming a way to fix the world? Hell yeah, it gotta be some accountability. What do we mean? Shit, if it ain't no shame in your game, you gonna keep doing it. You damn right. Yes. You asking me is shame the way to fix this shit? Yes. We gotta bring some damn shame back into some of this shit. Without no shame in this shit, what's the incentive to stop? Everybody just turns a blind eye to this shit. Everybody says, oh, go get your girl, go get your money, girl. I'm never, yes.
That's Richie. Richie having fun.
It's cool.
All right.
See, yes, you must shame the men for doing all of this tricking and hoe culture too. See, that's the problem. See, men don't care about men shaming them. That's the thing. Men don't care. If a man is saying, oh, yo, tricking ass, men don't give a fuck about that. But when women stop opening up their legs and like, oh, no, nigga, you one of those coochie bond niggas, I'm not fucking with you. Yes, that's when shit will change. As long as men can show up, put $100, $200 on the table, blow her back out, keep pushing, and not get any pushback, yeah, niggas is gonna do that. A lot of men are gonna do that. But once y'all bring shame back into this shit'll start changing.
But no, ladies, hear me out. And I'm speaking not from myself. I'm just speaking being empathetic to some men.
Like, we got that woman, what's that woman, that porn star, the corn star? She shot like well over 100 corn scenes. Now she's a damn pastor. Now I know we're not supposed to judge anybody, pass judgment and shit, but I'm saying this is the type shit that goes on, man. This is the type shit that goes on. You go shoot 100 corn scenes, getting your black blown out, sausages smacked all across your face, and now you just wrap it up, go be a pastor. It's crazy.
Men that feel this way. If you are a man, and let's say your resources are limited, and you have an attachment to emotionally, depending on how much you invest in any particular avenue. So if you're viewing this as an investment, then your emotions get attached, and your want for this relationship to actually work get attached. And if you know that about yourself, and you don't want to get emotionally attached to this woman before you are ready to, and you want to say, okay, until then, I'm gonna keep my pockets in a reasonable bay, I think that that's responsible, because it's the same way vice versa.
And this is the thing, see, like, we got it. Now, if she's up there using her testimony like, hey, I got slutted out, young girls, don't go get slutted out, I got over 100 scenes out here and I regret it every day, all right. But if she's just gonna get up here and act like she ain't got no fucking past, and then y'all are championing her like, oh, she's not like that, it didn't happen, and no, hell no. That shit's still on the internet. You're still getting smacked around with sausage and meats and shit, so let it be part of your testimony.
Some women are emotionally attached to when they give sex to a man, and that increases their investment. So I don't want to marginalize or minimize it and say, well, you being petty or whatever, because to be honest, y'all know a nigga buy you a drink and this nigga think you his girlfriend. And so if this, not saying this is you, but if this
There are men like that. Now, there are men like that. He's not lying.
particular man knows, okay, if I do this, for some reason my fucking heart or my emotions get invested here, I'm gonna not do that. I respect that. The question is though, would you fuck with a nigga like that?
She said over there, she said you shouldn't be dating if you're broke.
Fellas.
Like so I want to bring that up. I'm asking.
All right, money.
How do you feel about that?
Money. You asked a different question.
I don't think. It's not about.
We can answer now, right?
I mean, I felt like he answered your question. I really like what she said, so I was just asking.
See how they try to frame the conversation? They say you shouldn't be dating if you broke. What if he's self-sufficient? What if he could cover everything that he needs in his life? They want to give way for tricking. They're saying you shouldn't be dating if you broke, but what they mean is you shouldn't be dating if you're not tricking. Don't let that shit go over your head. When they say you shouldn't be dating if you broke, what they mean is you shouldn't be dating if you ain't tricking.
I understand her though. I do understand, but like it's not about like
but
not
it's not
having
about the
enough
money, right?
Yeah, it's not. No.
Yeah.
It's just about like the emotional investment. Like I said, I'll take a woman out, and we'll have a great time, right?
But are you emotionally invested the first time we go out?
Now you say sex is for procreation, not a hobby. Man, I believe everybody in here that's done the grown folks has done that shit because they wanted to. They have done that shit and was not trying to procreate. Let's cut it out. Let's cut it out. I'm not encouraging everybody to just go sleep around and wild and shit, but even in your relationship, even in your marriage, you done laid down, got your back blown the fuck out, and you wasn't trying to make no kids. You cut it out.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Second time?
If there's a second time, like, all right. So
let that man cook.
My life right now is very like, I want to say linear, like focus, go on trip, blah, 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 blah. Right? So like when it comes to like dating women and stuff like that, I view that right now in my life. Right now, like just coming off, I'm 28. I'm 28 years old. Hey. Yeah, I'm young.
Let him get his shit off.
Right?
Let him get his shit off.
Just coming fresh off of a toxic relationship, right?
Listen, it's not like culture just started treating this shit as a hobby. Do y'all not see what was going on 100 years ago? Motherfuckers was having like 16 kids. What the fuck do you think they was doing? They couldn't have been doing nothing but working the farm and fucking. I mean, you don't get 16 kids by watching TV. Motherfuckers having 13, 14, 15, 16. All the wives was pregnant every year. Every year. She's damn near, she's like 40 years old. She's been pregnant 20 years straight. They was doing a lot of fucking.
I kind of just play it at bay. Like, I'm not saying like I hate women or anything like that. Like, I kind of look, if I find you visually attractive, you know what I'm saying? Right. So it's just like, is it wrong to not be emotionally invested that first couple times? Like,
I don't think you're ready to
I'm not just gonna say it's platonic. It's literally just.
No, it ain't wrong.
We just hung out. Like,
it's only wrong if you capping, bro. Like,
I got a cousin, chat, and she got a bunch of kids. I ain't gonna lie, she was pregnant for like 10 years straight. Like 10 or 11 years straight. I ain't gonna lie, like pregnant straight. Like 10, 11 years straight.
Huh?
I don't even think he's toxic. I think, when did you guys break up?
Hold on. Huh?
When did you guys break up?
When did we break up?
Yeah.
Like December-ish, yeah.
Okay. I think you don't need to be dating. Still
All right, listen.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
All right.
Hold on. All right. Hey, I appreciate your question, boss. All right. Before we transition into this question, brothers, it's okay for you to keep your feelings at bay too. And if you want to keep your wallet at bay as well, it's okay for you to do that. Your motherfucking standards and your boundaries is your motherfucking standards and boundaries.
Absolutely.
All right. We got the last question of the night. What's your question?
Okay. My name is Tyler, and I'm from Las Vegas.
Hey.
This question is for the men.
Oh, hit the like button, chat. We got to get the likes up in here. We're also 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Mods, y'all drop my link for the pre-order to the book. Mods, drop the link for the pre-order to the book. Everybody hit the like button right now for me by double tapping the screen, and we're 20 subscribers away. We're finna get into the news after this clip.
And because I feel like my ex is blocking my blessing. So why do men get so offended when women that they did not do right by and had no intentions of doing right by decides to fuck with one of their homeboys?
Decides to mess with one of their homeboys. So let's break this question down. So first, she said she has an ex that I guess is getting in the way. This reminds me, one time, chat, I had this girl I was with, and she told me that I dimmed her light on her birthday because I'm just not a kind of person that, like, when I'm out in public and shit, like, where I'm from, shit be going on. So I'm just not a person that's gonna, you know, throw my hands to the wind and have a carefree night. No, I gotta be on 10 tones. I gotta be on point. I gotta know who the fuck in the spot, how the fuck we gonna get up out the spot and all of that. So yeah, y'all know me. I don't just smile and shit when I'm in public. I'm not just a real friendly ass person. So I'm in here being a man, being a protector. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Motherfucker act like I was dimming her light. I said, you know what? It is what it is. Yeah, we didn't deal with each other too much longer after that. I took that shit pretty serious.
This question. Brothers, it's okay for you to keep your feelings at bay too. And if you want to keep your wallet at bay as well, it's okay for you to do that. Your motherfucking standards and your boundaries is your motherfucking standards and boundaries. All right, we got the last question of the night. What's your question?
Okay, my name is Tyler, and I'm from Las Vegas.
Hey.
This question is for the men because I feel like my ex is blocking my blessing. So why do men get so offended when women that they did not do right by and had no intentions of doing right by decides to fuck with one of their homeboys?
Because it's not even the fact that we mad at you. We're not mad at you, woman. We just know that you just can't come back. You know, spinning the block and all of that shit, I could never take you serious again. So this is the honest to God truth. I'm going to give y'all some fucking the truth right now. It's because we know that, quote unquote, when you were with us, we treated you like a girlfriend and such. When you go fuck with the homie, you're just a bust down. You're just a hoe. He's about to slut you the fuck out some shit that we have cherished at one time. So not only are you looking at your homie like, look, bro, like that was a main, you know, we don't do shit like that. You're looking at the girl like, well, damn, bitch, did you been wanting to fuck him? Have you been wanting to fuck him? Now he's slutting you out when I put you on a pedestal. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a weird place to be in, chat. I've been in that position before where a girl that I was dealing with, you know what I'm saying? She ended up going to fucking one of the homies, and it was just like, shit. I couldn't deal with you no more. Like, I don't want to be your friend. I don't know. Like, bitch, you're done. You're toast.
It's a valid question. It's a valid question.
What the fuck is going on? I'm not about to answer. Trip, I'm not about to answer this. I'm not about to answer this. I know, but all right.
But I also want to know. But I also.
Now what
Hold on, y'all. Hold on,
But I also want to know how long.
And then the homies be knowing who's untouchables too. Like the homies know. The homies know, and they lie if they say they don't know. Now, the homies know certain girls is just like, hey, man, I dealt with her. It is what it is. Then the homies know, like, if you was with this girl 3, 4, and 5 years, like, they know. Like, bro, damn, it's some attachment here and shit. And then they'll be sneaky about it. Now, if they want to be on some real shit, give you that phone call, like, hey, look, boy, your ex is out of pocket. I'm about to do what I got to do. I can respect some shit like that. But it's always the sneakiness, the moving all secretive and trying to, you know, pulling away and not wanting to be your friend no more because they know what the fuck's going on. Like, shit, just give a nigga the call, bro. Like, hey, look, she ready to fuck. I'm about to fuck. At that point, nigga can't do nothing but respect it.
should I wait to spring it on him that I want
You
his
fucking
friend?
with the homie?
You on TV
I love his
now.
friend.
Surprise!
All right.
I want to fuck his friend. Yeah, I want to know. How long do I have to wait?
All right, listen.
Hold on.
Go.
I feel like it's like
Hold on.
grits. You gotta throw it on him. I'll buy you a shot. You gotta throw it on him.
Hold on.
Like grits.
Look.
I'm fucking your friend.
And then 9 times out of 10, she only wants to fuck his friend as retribution. So she's trying to come between their dynamic as friends, because after he cracks her, 9 times out of 10, those two friends' dynamic will shift forever. They'll never be the same. So not only does she want to get that ass up to him because she's just probably want to get that ass up, she wants to come in between that dynamic of friendship because she wants to hurt that man. She feels like that man didn't take her serious. She feels like that man had nothing for her, so she wants to hurt him. And this is the way that she gets retribution.
Let go.
All right. Hold on, y'all. Listen, this is important.
And if you guys need just a little bit of context,
Now, we
you
don't
ever
need
like,
context. I got you.
you got me? Okay.
He's your ex,
Yes.
right? It makes no difference for him to...
That's the difference. See, she's stating that this is an ex. This is not just a man she was dealing with. It was not. They were exclusive. This is where it becomes a problem.
know anything. He's your ex. I'm not saying you're right, but why do you want to spring this on your ex? He's your damn ex.
Because they are friends. Like,
But you,
You
didn't give
don't
a
owe
fuck
him
about
shit.
that.
Don't
You didn't give a
matter.
fuck about that.
I
You
don't
didn't
give a fuck about it.
Okay, so why do you give a fuck about it
What
now?
I'm saying is, why do
What are you
men?
doing?
No, why do men?
Why do
Because she wants to tell him to hurt his feelings. That's why she wants her ex to know. She wants her ex to know your homeboy's not your homeboy because he fucked me, and yes, I fucked him, and yeah, I'll fuck him again. You shouldn't have fucked me over. That's why she wants her ex to know. There's no other reason that she wants her ex. She's not trying to do this shit to be a good person. She just said she doesn't care. She's doing this because she wants a reaction. She wants him to crash out.
you want to hurt this
The
man?
first question was, why do men get so offended when they are?
No. I want to ask you. This is a
Yeah.
real question.
You
I don't care. I'm still fucking with him.
Hold on, y'all.
I'ma still fuck with him.
Listen.
I'm just saying.
That's the thing. She's saying she's still gonna fuck with him, regardless of what they say. So she obviously doesn't care. Her mind is made up. Her mind is made up.
So I said, why do y'all get so offended? That's the question.
Okay, let go. Go ahead.
Because you're doing it to be offensive. You want to go do some shit to be offensive and then ask somebody, why are they so offended? Is this girl math? Is this shit girl math? And then you know he didn't fuck on one of her friends because she would have got up there and said it. If he had backdoored her and knocked down one of her friends, she would have said it. This is the difference. She's about to go fuck his friend and he's about to get a boatload of pussy because of it. She's about to go fuck his homeboy and he's about to get a plethora, a handful, a damn foot long of pussy handed to him because of what she's about to go do.
All I want to say is, as a woman, I don't know what happened between you and the guy, but it sounds vindictive. So if I'm labeling you at that and he's wrong, sorry. But it sounds like you have a vindictive spirit. I don't know what he did to you, but at the end of the day, sleeping with his homeboy is only going to help him and his homeboy, because now they're going to sit back and laugh that both of them don't smash.
No, these new niggas is different.
That man is not gonna
These
laugh
new
with
niggas
his
is different.
Hey, I'm
But
be.
it ain't going to help nothing.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. Look. Hey, if you was able to do that.
This how people end up dying too, chat. Shit like this ends in like those Fatal Attraction episodes.
That nigga ain't my homeboy.
But
Nah,
okay, so
that
that's
nigga ain't
my
my
question
homeboy.
is like,
Hey,
why
no,
are
he
you
might be a
guys?
friend.
Facts, chat. Facts. I ain't never cracked one of my partner's girls, bro. Like, I don't get down with that shit. Exes and all. I don't even get too close to my partner's girls while they together because I don't want it to be weird. Like, I don't want you to think that we got a friendship outside of me and my partner. Like, no, bitch, I'm not your friend. I'm his friend, and you're his girl. And as his girl, I'm gonna respect you as his girl. But outside of that, like, I don't need your phone number. I don't got a contact. I don't need none of that shit. Straight up.
Friend, he may be a friend. That nigga ain't my homeboy.
All right, check me out.
But
I
why
ain't trying
are
to
you
give up.
guys- but
I
why?
ain't trying to give up cold. I ain't trying to give up cold between niggas, bro. But like, was y'all serious? You and the other dude?
And to my partners, if you and your girl are watching live right now, I'm sorry. It's just the fucking truth. I'm not your friend. I'm his friend. And by proxy, we hang out. Straight up.
I felt like we were cool up until.
All right, so check me out.
No,
Some cold,
we were together
on some,
for some years.
on some
We
cold
were together
shit.
for 2.5 years.
On some cold
We
shit.
was cool, but the reason why I said that is because, like, during our relationship, I got to know.
Respectfully, you about to give me more than what I need.
Okay.
I'm about to talk to you on some man shit, and you giving me details men don't need.
Okay.
Ladies.
There's
Whoa, ladies,
no.
listen.
I'ma just keep it G. It's a real thick line with men. If I got serious intent with her, don't ever fucking touch her.
Ever, nigga. Ever, nigga. Even if I die, nigga.
I don't care if it's been 20 years. The reason his man was so cool approaching you like that is because he never had that type of intent with you. Men, I'm not saying it ain't backstabbing men out there. I'm not saying it's not conniving men out there, but it's very rare. Cause women brag on it like, your homeboy was the one that told me you was cheating. Your homeboy was the one who said, I could do better. That's because we knew our man didn't take you that serious.
Okay, so
I would
if you
never
didn't-
say nothing
so
like
if-
that.
so
I
if
would
you
never
didn't-
say nothing. You said what?
So if they didn't, my question is, why
What's
do
up,
you
Del
get
Fan?
so offended?
It's just pride. It's like
It's pride because I know I probably had to go through the courting phases. Bitch, I done took you on 9 trips, spent 900,000, however much I spent. Because you're mad at me and you want to get back on me and you want to make me feel a certain type of way, you're about to go hand this nigga the pussy and he's about to treat you the worst way. This is my partner. We talk about how this shit goes on. I know he's probably about to treat you in the worst way. Yeah, no, we can't be fucking cool. I don't want to be your friend or his friend.
If I, and I'm about to use a sports analogy, so my bad if I lose anybody. If I went D1 and my homie went D1, and we both know we won a championship rings from the time we was kids, I'ma still be happy for my man that he got the ring, but damn, he gonna wear it around me though? You gonna wear the same ring around me that I was trying to get and we lost? It ain't got shit to do with you, for real. And everything to do with my man got what I wanted. My man walked away with what I was trying. Again, his intent with you wasn't serious. That's why his man's is with you now. Yeah. The intent was never serious, bruh. It's niggas that I ain't been close with in 10 years.
But he's lying too. I'm not gonna say he's lying. He's not telling the whole truth. He's not telling the whole truth. Now that may be how he gets down. That may be how he gets down. That might be his truth. But some of these niggas don't give a fuck, boy. Some of these niggas don't give a fuck. I'm gonna tell y'all a story, Chad. I had a partner, right? And nigga, if you watching this shit, it just is what it is, nigga. I had a partner, right? Now, mind you, I brought this nigga to the town. You know what I'm saying? I didn't grow up with him. We played ball against each other and shit. Brought this nigga to the town, you know, had him around, family reunions and shit, you know. Nigga staying in the trap. We playing the game, Madden and shit. He was just one of the homies at this point. Treated him, you know, as a brother. Now, mind you, the nigga ended up moving in with us for a little while, you know what I'm saying? Him and his girl moved in with me and my girl, whatever. So, on down the line, while he's with me and my girl at the time, the nigga's cracking my ex, bruh. The nigga's cracking my ex. At one time, he had a hotel room next to me. I'm not even knowing the nigga in there. He being so sneaky and shit. But motherfuckers put him out. You know women can't hold water. Motherfuckers put him out because they wanted a certain sort of retribution. So I just cut the nigga off. I never had a conversation with him about it. I just cut the nigga off. And of course I had cut her off. But I'm saying that niggas do that shit. Niggas do that shit. When I met this nigga, I was with her. He seen me be with this girl for a few years, and then have another girl. And he still did the shit. It just is what it is. Some niggas don't give a fuck. Some niggas just don't give a fuck.
I would never shoot at they exes, bruh. Never, because that's man code. The man shot it.
Dude.
Like I said, I admit that it's backstabbing and conniving men out there. But
You said, how is that betrayal? Because even though I wasn't with her no more, you're living with me cracking my ex behind my back. You ain't told me nothing. Like I said, if he would have been on man time, like, hey, she's trying to, you know what I'm saying, do it is what it is. I would have been, you know, a nigga that been like, shit, fuck her, bro, it is what it is. But because you were being sneaky about that, now I think you being sneaky about everything. Now I think that you would steal from me. Now I think that, you know what I'm saying, maybe you was looking at my girl at the time when you was living with us, you know, shit like that. And then what's so crazy is the girl that he was with while he was living with us, she the one told it. She went through his phone and called him like, oh yeah, D, and then she ran and told us. Oh yeah, he's messing with your ex. I got all the messages, all the screenshots. I told her I don't even want the shit. But I knew how to handle that nigga from then on. I didn't make a big deal about it. I didn't fight, cuss, or nothing. It was just like, all right, nigga, you just not my kind of nigga.
But general man code, when you know a man serious about his, she end up off limits for good. If that man wasn't serious, you know he was bullshitting, know he wasn't taking her serious. It don't matter what he was saying to you. It don't matter what it felt like to you. His niggas knew the truth, and that's why you with him now.
We got it. Hold on. Whoa.
Trip from fucking Tane, nigga.
It's a real nigga somewhere.
All right.
Thank you.
And you got one. Like, what's your name and what's your question?
My name is Bree.
Hey,
Bree. Okay, so my question, all right, it's freaky. So, during giving the man the act.
All right, we finna get up out of here, man. That's enough of those tonight, man. We finna move on to the Nolan Wells situation. Now, we got a couple of, we got the interview. We also have them on Good Morning America, and we have Ben Crump and Al Sharpton held a conference. We're gonna check out the Law and Crime episode because I believe they have some updates in this video. It just came out before we went live.
This does not smell right. One of them is telling the truth, one of them is not.
We just want to know what happened and why our baby didn't come home.
Reverend Al Sharpton and attorney Ben Crump standing with the family of Nolan Wells today, demanding a full investigation into the death of the 18-year-old college football player whose body was found.
And then what's so crazy, chat, before we move on to this next story, everybody hit the like button. We got to get the likes up in here. I know this the second live of the night. We're going to be on for a while, but hit the like button, man. Let's get some more subscribers. We need like 5 or 10 subscribers. But yeah, chat, what's crazy about the situation is that a lot of my partners was like pimps and players and hustlers and shit. Like, I'm just going to be honest. So I had a partner to call me. They gave me a call like, hey, look, boy, your ex is tripping, man. She out here acting a little loose, man. I'm just letting you know she trying to give me some of that ass. And you know what I told them? Do what you got to do, boy. Never looked at them no different because they showed me their respect. Now, they ended up not getting no ass. The nigga that got some ass was the nigga that was acting weird and didn't let me know nothing. That's crazy.
On Mississippi's Horn Island. As the family awaits the results of an independent autopsy, new questions are being raised about what really happened to Nolan Wells. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Big update in the Nolan Wells story. This is something we've been following. There is a major press conference that was just held. And this is the story of that 18-year-old Southwest Mississippi Community College football player, graduate of Ocean Springs High, who disappeared while boating with friends on Horn Island. This is right off the coast of Mississippi. It's back on the July 4th weekend. We know that his body was tragically found that Monday on the island, washed ashore. His family is demanding transparency. They're demanding a full investigation. In fact, Christine and Elmore Wansley told Good Morning America, GMA, in an interview today, we just want honesty and transparency. We want a thorough investigation. We want that same respect that would be given to anybody else, and that's it. We just want answers. And they have even retained prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump. We did a sidebar yesterday explaining why they would want to hire a lawyer at this time. It's about ensuring that they get the information they're seeking, potentially assessing a legal issue for a lawsuit, pressuring authorities to be transparent about the investigation, ordering an independent autopsy. In fact, Ben Crump told ABC News Live this week that Nolan's body would be flown to Washington, D.C. for an independent autopsy. This came after.
So Colin Kaepernick is paying for the independent autopsy. Colin Kaepernick came out today and said that he will pay for the independent autopsy, and Tyler Perry is saying that he will cover the funeral cost. Those came out today.
The Mississippi State Medical Examiner already apparently performed an autopsy, but that agency indicated that the results could take weeks because of toxicology tests. Those findings are pending. Now, there is something to keep in mind here. Authorities reportedly believe this was a tragic accident, that this was a case of drowning. According to the New York Post, John Ledbetter, the Jackson County Sheriff, said there's no information that we have right now that would lead us to believe that a crime has occurred. According to CNN, Jackson County Coroner Bruce Lind indicated.
So according to what we heard today from the parents, that the phone wasn't turned over. The mom says she used Life 360 to find out where the phone was at, and the dad had to pull up and ask for his keys wherever the car was at. They said they didn't know where the keys was at, and then they remembered something about they were placed on top of an Xbox. And so they got the keys off of the Xbox, returned them, I guess, to the father. He got the car, and the mom said she had to use Life 360 to find out where his phone was. And the phone was allegedly scrubbed. His Snapchat, everything was deleted. She says he's always taking Snapchat pictures, and memories say the Snapchat was scrubbed and maybe some messages were missing as well. But we'll get into that here in a minute.
There were no immediate signs of physical injury. But this is a story that has gotten a lot of attention. It has sparked many thoughts, many theories, particularly given what we're learning. For instance, according to CNN, Nolan didn't return to the dock with his friends that day. His family didn't understand why he would separate from them, that he was supposed to take a different boat back but didn't, that Nolan apparently didn't have his cell phone with him, that there were reports of an alleged altercation that day. We know the Jackson County Sheriff's Office is reportedly still investigating all of this. But according to the sheriff, one of Nolan's friends contacted the Coast Guard on the night of July 4th at around 11 p.m. Nolan's mom apparently called the sheriff's office leading into July 5th. And the family has concerns about, for example, why Nolan would stay without friends. Christine.
So that's one thing that I said about them retaining attorneys, and the judge mom put out a statement today explaining why she deleted her Facebook. But when they hired the attorneys, that didn't look kind of crazy to me, just because of if he did fall off of their boat or something went on, then they could be liable. If there was, any underage drinking or something like that, they could be liable. But what did rub me wrong was the response that they said the teenagers gave when they asked why weren't they helping with the search. They were like, well, y'all think we did it already anyway. And at that point, Nolan's body hadn't been recovered.
Telling GMA, quote, that we cannot answer. I can't fathom why he would. Elmore saying, we always told him, if you go with a group, you stay with a group. There's also this. Christine apparently told GMA that they tracked Nolan's phone.
So I don't want to put alcohol on his system or any drugs, any substances. A lot of people are saying substances and alcohol. I'm not trying to put anything in his system till we get the toxicology report. But that would make sense if the boat owner would be held liable. If there was anything like that going on, then the owner of the boat could be held liable and get their balls sued off of him.
Phone using the Life 360 app. They were able to get his phone through his friends, and she claims that some texts and messages were deleted. And apparently it was actually specifically in reference to Snapchat. Now, one of the things that authorities are apparently looking for and asking for are unedited photos and videos that were taken on July 4th. Sheriff Ledbetter telling outlet WXXV, right now, I know time is of the essence, but folks want answers 10 minutes ago, and unfortunately, that takes time to get the act.
Well, that's the thing, Lala. How old was he? How old was Nolan Wells at the time of his passing? 18 years old. So if we're gonna say, I'm not putting alcohol on him, but if y'all are gonna say that he was drinking at 18, he was drinking, some shit goes bad with him drinking, they're liable for that. The owner of the boat, it can be held liable for that. He was underage drinking out there on that damn boat, some shit happened. They could be held liable for that. So that could be the reason for them lawyering up.
Accurate information. It's going to take a lot of hard work. I think the family deserves the truth, and that's what we're here to provide for them and for the public. The sheriff adding, according to WAPT, I would urge anyone that has information or that was on the island to take down as much information as they can to piece together what happened. I say all that to tell you what happened today. There's a grieving.
Shit, I used to go through the drive-thru at the liquor store when I was like 16 or 17. I'm from the country for real, chat. Like, I'm from the country for real. I used to go through the drive-thru liquor store and tobacco stores at like 16, 17, bro.
Family. They have a lot of questions. They want answers. What happened today? Major press conference was held in Harlem. You had the family, their attorney Ben Crump, and Reverend Al Sharpton, all demanding the same things: transparency, answers, and the truth about what happened to Nolan Wells. So if you've been following this, you know there's been a lot of anticipation to this.
And y'all want to know something else that's crazy? I didn't start getting ID'd until I got grown. Like, I never got carded when I was underage. When I got grown is when they started asking for the damn ID.
Expecting the family to potentially announce the results of that independent autopsy that was conducted. And again, this is separate from the state's medical examination. So it seems by all accounts, Nolan's body was flown to Washington, D.C. Now, we didn't get the results of that independent autopsy because there was reporting that we may get those today, but we did get something. Maybe not what everyone expected, but Reverend Al Sharpton kicked things off.
What's up, Najee?
Straight to the point.
What we've been told does not make sense.
So we're gonna watch this press conference after this. Ben Crump spoke, Al Sharpton spoke, and I believe Nolan's mom spoke here. Yeah, I never got ID'd until I was of age. I remember going through the drive-through chat, and I never asked for a sweet. When I was trying to get something to roll up in, I would always ask for a cigarello. That's how I would try to sound older and be older. I would go through there. I never asked for a Swisher or whatever it was. I'd be like, can I get a cigarello? And my voice was a little deep, so shit, it used to work.
And being that.
And then I think the liquor store just didn't give a fuck, because they definitely knew who I was at the liquor store. As many times as I walked in and out of that liquor store with my damn dad, bro, they knew who I was at that liquor store. I think they just didn't give a fuck. Or maybe they thought I was getting it for my dad. I don't know.
There is lack of confidence in the local authorities who have already, in my judgment, seemed to have mishandled where it was going. Because to just immediately, before a week time, saying there was nothing done wrong, when we hear that this young man was engaged in some kind of...
He told them he was gonna stay and talk.
All right, we'll watch that separately, because all he's doing is playing the rest of that Ben Crump interview. So we're gonna watch Nolan Wells' friend. He went on TMZ. Now, this is a friend that was out there with Nolan on that day. He went on TMZ, and then we'll watch that Ben Crump press conference. Let's watch this TMZ clip first.
Javon, have you seen the video that's been going around social media where people think that they're hearing an argument between people and they're wondering whether or not Nolan is one of the people in that argument? You just described that you had another friend, not Nolan, another friend who was in and got into a dispute. Is that video the other argument that you were talking about?
Yes.
So, but is that Nolan in the video?
I can't tell. It's too far away. But in that video, I feel like the voices are too clear. Like from the side, it's too clear for it to be that far away, for it to be Nolan arguing. And then also that altercation, it sounds just like my other friend that got into the...
And what's crazy is, like, I told you, I have family from down there, like Ocean Springs, Biloxi area. The difference between Ocean Springs and Biloxi is kind of crazy. Like, all of my family, you know, and their friends and shit that's from Ocean Springs, they're kind of like this guy right here. Like, they're kind of like him, you know.
Altercation on the boat. And they were trying to, like, as he was in the altercation, I was calming him down. They were trying to get him out off the island. They were trying to get him back to land because he was just losing it. So
Describe that. That's kind of interesting. What was
Losing
that
it?
about?
He was just very hostile. Like he was just like really like mad. Like they were just trying to, like, the parents on that boat were trying to get him out.
I'm curious if the police have. I know they said they're still investigating. Did any investigators ever speak to you about what you saw that day?
No, sir.
Really?
Okay.
Cops have not talked to you yet.
No, sir.
That's odd.
I don't see why the cops would have. I don't see why the cops would have to talk to me. I mean, obviously.
Hey, that threw him off. Like, hey, man, what do you mean ain't the police? Don't try to send the police over here, man. What are you talking about?
Like, you know, like
Hit
I
the
had
like
set
button,
my
chat.
plea, like, because whenever I had talked to the people at Sunherd, it was whenever, you know, the body was discovered, and the autopsy people and the all those people were there.
Well,
Not
I'll tell you why I'm surprised. Because you knew Nolan well, and you knew that he was friends with these guys who were the last ones to be around him before his body was found. And I would think they would at least want to know, hey, just the things we're asking.
Right.
You know, did you ever hear of any of this stuff? It's odd to me.
Just to gather information.
So I don't know if this kid was out there or not. But yeah, Lala, they're saying the thing that they used to pump the water out of the boat, the judge made a post and said that whatever that, I forgot the name of it, the thing used to pump the water out of the boat, they said that it was broken and the boat has started to take on water. But this is $100,000 boat we're talking about, so they got some money. We're not talking about your normal little flat bottom, whatever. No, they're on $100,000 boat out there.
Yeah, that the cops wouldn't have contacted you. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I don't think the boat was rented because they said that they seen them at 4 a.m. At the judge's house, I believe, cleaning the boat. They were cleaning the boat out at 4 a.m. A lot of people said that was weird. I don't really think it's weird because once you bring the boat out of the ocean, like, you got to clean it out. You can't let that salt water sit on your $100,000 equipment. But yeah, so I do believe they own the boat.
I'm completely fine with that. Like I said, I have nothing to hide. Like, that's my boy, and I want him to find justice. Like that, like this whole case thing, like whatever, like this whole situation, and none of this adds up to me. So like, it's really hard, like, for like people to just like keep on saying things when like none of it adds up, honestly.
So one of the things that I'm sure, Javon, you've seen has been a big part of this.
I'm not saying that they weren't cleaning evidence. What I'm saying is just anybody that brings their boat out of the ocean is gonna clean that motherfucker. Salt water is not good for your equipment. This is $100,000 pieces of equipment that salt water will tear your shit up. It will eat your shit away. I'm not saying they didn't cover up anything. I'm just saying that them cleaning out the boat is not weird. That's not weird.
The story, people making the point that, at least in the photos that we initially saw, that Nolan was the only African-American kid who was out there, at least on that boat. Do you think, having been there on the island with this large group of people, that race plays a factor in whatever happened here?
Again,
What's up, Anime?
I don't want to answer that question. I don't.
Oh shit. What question did he want to answer?
On the island with this large group of people, that race plays a factor in whatever happened here.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Again, I don't want to answer that question. I wouldn't say, like, yeah, I wouldn't want to answer that question. I mean, obviously we go to Ocean Springs, we're gonna have white friends, so like.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It's a stark difference between Ocean Springs and Biloxi. How far is Ocean Springs from Biloxi? How far is Ocean Springs from Biloxi? 3.5 to 5 miles. So Ocean Springs and Biloxi is like right next door. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all, chat. Like, I have family down there. I've been down there. Like, Black Beach weekend in Biloxi is a real big thing. But Biloxi is just different from Ocean Springs. Ocean Springs would be considered, you know, I guess a little more uppity. If they're just cutting the shit, just saying it straight out and dry, Ocean Springs would be considered a little more uppity than Biloxi.
That's, I mean, I guess it's pretty normal down here, but.
Yeah, I mean, and I hear you. If that's, I
Yeah,
guess you're saying that it's normal, it's not out of place.
Anime, we're about to watch we're not gonna do the interview with Don Lemon, I don't think, but we might, but we're about to watch that press conference with Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and Nolan Wells' mom.
To be a black teen in that area and that you have white friends, right? That's not uncommon, is what you're saying.
I'm sure every black person has white friends somewhere, you know? So I wouldn't say that it's a whole.
Yeah, I got a partner. He's a clothing designer and like a party promoter from Biloxi. Like, he's really popular down there. His clothing line is really popular down there. So, like, when I tell y'all, like, I was in Biloxi, like, I was down there. And my family was from Ocean Springs. Like, my cousins went to Ocean Springs, like, the school. Like, they went to high school in Ocean Springs. So, yeah, I'm real familiar with the area, for sure, Lala.
Whole race thing, but it's just like, obviously they're going to paint it as that because none of this adds up.
All right, let's get into the press conference. Damn. Yeah, let's get into the press conference, man. Everyone hit the like button for me. Double tap the screen. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Everyone be sure to support the channel by hitting the like button on your way in. You could also send your jewels and or super chats in the comments. Where the hell is Abed? Nobody know where Abed. Where is Abba?
Deleted was because of the fact that there.
Why is only one headphone playing?
Bringing in race, but we're not discounting race either, because we don't know what it is. So,
and that's the thing that I say too, chat. Everything is not have race involved in it, but sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. So knowing that sometimes it does, you got to handle situations accordingly. You can't just rule it all the way out, but it doesn't mean that race was involved. That's what I tell y'all all the time. Not everything's racist, but sometimes shit is.
So to tell us don't rush to judgment saying it was racist is fine. But then I'm telling you, don't rush to judgment saying it was not racism. Because we do not know. We do know what these parents are being told and what the parents.
Nolan said he was going.
Yeah, I don't know why it's only playing out of one speaker. Let me go try to find this somewhere else. It's only playing out of one speaker. I don't know who did the audio over there, but their audio engineer needs to be fired, bro. Like, who did the damn audio for that shit, bro? Damn. Let me try to find this somewhere else. What is that? Ben Crump news conference. Yeah, that shit's terrible. Yeah, we're gonna watch this shit on PBS. I know PBS got I know PBS got some clear audio. Hit the like button for me, chat.
Hearing what was pieced together, it is clear that this situation must have the most thorough and objective investigation. Track down.
Man, I really ain't trying to hear Al Sharpton. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't trying to hear you.
Independent investigation. It is because the family has distrust of the Mississippi law enforcement officials giving them a fair investigation where their black son ended up dead after going out on a boat with 3 young white men. The history of Mississippi is something that they don't just read about in books, but it's a lived experience for many black Americans that oftentimes when our children are killed in highly questionable situations. That there is this notion that, oh, it was nothing wrong, no foul play, let's just sweep it under the rug. Well, we refuse to sweep it under the rug. We refuse to just let Nolan Wells' death be in vain. We're going to make sure that we get to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because Nolan deserves it. You're going to hear his mother and father talk about what a wonderful young man he was. I mean, doing everything right. Reverend Al, he was not only a college student, he was a great athlete. He was a
What's up, Deborah?
brother for his brothers and little brothers and sisters, and he was a great son who was on the cusp of becoming a man. I mean, Christina Elmore did everything to prepare him for this moment. He was so close. He was right there. You're going to hear his father talk about him had a good football season last year, but this season he was really ready to go to the next level, to go to Division I. I mean, the highlights that you're seeing on social media of his athletic prowess, I mean, it is all relevant, because when you start talking about drowning, I mean, this is a kid who knew how to swim. This is a kid who was in tip-top shape. He was a superior athlete. And so I'm going to get to that in a moment, these glaring contradictions, but to try to say, oh, we're suggesting it was just an accidental drowning, you can go ahead and move on. Well, they are not accepting it. They are not accepting it. They want to know that you have not taken the path of least resistance.
This is the thing, though. You come in here 'cause I said so. I'm still tired of black people making everything about race. Not everything is about effing skin color. Nobody said it was, bro. Listen, you got mass deportations going on, TPS ending for the Haitians and the Syrians. You got damn everybody talking about Islamic terrorists and shit, and you think black people are the ones making everything about race? Where the fuck have you been?
That you have done a full, complete, thorough, impartial investigation, because it cannot be lost on.
Najee says, what's your thought on Sharpton joining the team? I'm indifferent about Al Sharpton joining the team. We heard about, the shit he had going on in the past, man. I'm indifferent, honestly, about Al Sharpton joining the team. I'm indifferent. It doesn't make me a damn difference. I'm more worried about Tyler Perry paying for the funeral. Glad that he covered the funeral cost. Colin Kaepernick, paying for the independent autopsy. That's more the shit I'm worried about. Al Sharpton, shit, okay, that's cool.
Anybody, but especially us in the black community. If the roles were reversed and you had 3 young black men on a boat with a young white man, and that young white man ended up dead, what kind of investigation would be being conducted by the Mississippi law enforcement officials? How many times would those 3 young black men be interrogated? So all we're asking is the same consideration you would have given if the roles were reversed. Give that consideration to this family as well. That is our fight. The glaring contradictions just jump out at you. The fact that he is there with his friends, and you look at all the videos, it seems to be he's the only black on the island, or maybe one other, but not many. And so, Jared, you have where a young woman he was talking to says that, well, Nolan said he was going back to get on the boat with the boys. The boys say that Nolan told them he was going to stay and talk to the young woman. It's a contradiction. They're not saying the same thing.
I'm just going to say this. I don't know if they took him out, if they unalived this boy or not, but the way everything has been handled after the fact has been fishy. It has been suspicious. It has looked like these people have, gotten together regarding this situation and kind of got their ducks in a row. But as far as the cause of death, the manner of death, I don't know. I don't know what happened. We'll have to wait till the independent autopsy comes back along with the toxicology reports to figure out if it was blunt force trauma, strangulation. Did he have water in his lungs? So I don't know. I can't say how he died.
One of them is telling the truth. One of them is not. We have to get to the bottom of that. It's important. And then the fact, Reverend Al, that they have this video of an argument that is going on. And thank God all young people
What's up, Carlos?
Have cell phones, and anytime you
Hey, y'all, Carlos, chat. Y'all give Carlos some W's in the chat. W Carlos in the chat. He sent me some RAM for my laptop and I believe a new hard drive for my other laptop over here that crashed. That's some hundreds of dollars in donations to the damn channel. He said he waited at the post office like damn near an hour to put it in the mail for me. W Carlos in the chat, man. I haven't got it yet, Carlos, but it was supposed to be out for delivery. I appreciate it.
hear people raising their voice, they start the video. And so you hear on the video, Nolan saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And that becomes even more relevant when you think about the story that they are presenting, that Nolan chose to stay behind. That's what they're saying. But his phone, he wouldn't take that with him if he's going to stay behind on an island. I mean, we're talking about
What's
an
up, Janky?
18-year-old kid. What teenager would leave their...
For sure. And he didn't choose to stay on the island by his damn self. Now, whether he chose to stay back when his friends left him or not, I don't know. But when everybody left that motherfucker, somebody should have caught her. He should have caught a ride with somebody unless he was no longer with us. Somebody, he should have caught a ride with somebody. Like somebody.
Phone behind if they're going to stay on this island. What teenager wouldn't take their phone? And so it's not...
Michelle comes through with a super chat, $10. Thank you, Michelle. Said, hey, plug, and hey, chat. Chat, y'all tell Michelle what's up and tell her we hope she's having a great night. We are the Weekenders. This is the second live stream of the day, and we're going to be here all weekend, baby. Thank you, Michelle, for supporting the channel via super chat.
Adding up. It's not adding up at all. The fact, as Reverend Al said, you know, they didn't take his phone with them.
I'm going to be honest with y'all, chat. I've been in some sticky situations in some places that I damn sure probably didn't have no business in. And the people there were some good people there. And they helped me out. They got me back on the road, on about my big way. But they made sure to tell me, like, hey, you need to get the fuck up out of here. Like, they one of the main reasons they pulled over to help me was because, shit, they knew I needed to get the fuck up out of there. I've been places to where the neighbors have let me know, like, hey, we got your back while you out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I used to do Walmart Spark deliveries and shit. So when I was doing the Spark deliveries, it would have me way out somewhere. And sometimes it would be like an old couple sitting on the porch and they would just give me that nod and they would say, hey, we got you. Don't worry. Like, but you know, if you know, you know. Don't stay around here too long, nigga. We know you dropping this order off, but after you drop this order off, you might need to get the fuck on.
His mother, when she finds out that her baby is missing, they start trying to track the phone. The GPS the phone, they've used Life 360, and they discovered that, well, the phone is on land. The phone is on land, but you're saying he went missing on the island. And so it's not adding up. And so they go get the phone. And you hear her tell herself, when her and her sister start going through his phone, Jared, they realize that there are deleted messages, so they're trying to figure out, well, why are there deleted messages on his phone? I mean, it becomes relevant when you start putting everything together where we can't just say, oh.
So, I know the mom said in the interview that he takes pictures all the time. He always takes pictures at night, so he should have had some shit, at least in his memories. I'm assuming that all of his Snapchat memories were gone, and he possibly had posted some things on that day that were no longer posted either. I don't know.
There's no instance of foul play. We're going to get to the truth one way or the other. The fact that, and this really makes no sense to me, Reverend Al.
You said good. Can y'all stop talking about the Carmelo unaliving and go to the next racism? There's so much racism at you gotta pay the people to do it. We're not done with that Carmelo Anthony situation. I don't know what made you think we were done about that shit. Hey, we're not gonna talk about it tonight, but we'll talk about it tomorrow because shit, they're fighting for an appeal. We seen the 195-page document to where Carmelo signed to where he couldn't testify, so this couldn't be. Yeah, we're not done talking about that shit either.
This notion that where he drowned, y'all have, I'm sure, seen all the videos out there. I mean, if he's drowning, nobody sees him drown. Nobody offers assistance. Nobody tries to help him. I mean, obviously, he stands out. He's, I think, the only black person I saw when I'm looking at the videos. And if you see him drowning, you mean nobody is going to try to help him? It's not adding up. It is not adding up. And that's why the family, at their behest, we had an independent autopsy being performed. And we thank Colin Kaepernick for helping to pay for that independent autopsy. And we thank Tyler Perry for helping to pay for the funeral. Because as Reverend Al said, these were just regular parents going about their life. They weren't expecting any of this. And then we're having to try to hire these experts to be able to go and see if they can retrieve deleted messages. We have to have experts.
Look at that man. Look at that man, bro. He looked just so defeated, bro. The dad, is that the dad in the black button down, bro? Like, damn, bro. Damn.
You hear from Attorney Park talk about, you know, where the body was found when it was recovered and how long.
Like, he's not even there, bro. Like, he's not even there. Like, he's somewhere else, bro. Shit.
How long it took to be recovered. We think all of those are relevant issues to trying to understand what really happened to Nolan Wells. And this independent autopsy is so very important because we had his body flown from Mississippi to Washington, D.C. because his family wanted to make sure that they had a doctor who had no ties to Mississippi law enforcement to do.
And then it's like, shit, right now they need him to be the strongest. Like, this is the strongest is that this family and that this man is going to have to be because everybody around him is breaking down. When he breaks down, he's probably breaking down alone. Like in this moment, chat, like when I lost my mom, I had to be strong. Like shit, bro, everybody around me was tore the fuck up. Like they were shreds. Trust me, chat, I was hurt. But somebody had to be fucking strong. Somebody had to make sure shit got done. And I see that on this man right here. Like, he's just not there, bro. He's just not there.
Independent examination of their son's body. And we are hopeful to get that results in the very near future. We were hoping we would have had it today. However, as you all know, here in New York, they canceled all the flights yesterday, and so
what's up, Just Kidding?
time for his body to get to the medical examiner's office in Washington, D.C. But rest assured, as soon as we get those results, we will make them known to you, because we believe transparency is very important.
Mr. Stretch, shut the fuck up, bro. This is Nolan Wells. This kid just had his body recovered on Monday, and you're talking about their son went to jail for 35 years. Ain't nobody's son on this damn stage went to jail for 35 years. See, that's what we call having all in the Kool-Aid, don't even know the fucking flavor. That's what we would say. We would say some shit like that. You all in the Kool-Aid, don't know the flavor.
We want to lead by example. We want them to be transparent, and we want to be transparent.
Najee says, why are some people saying Crump is lying? Because Ben Crump does come around every time something like this happens. Ben Crump's always on the scene. He's the loudest voice in the room, so of course he's gonna attract a lot of support and a lot of hate. So I don't know exactly why they're saying Ben Crump's lying, but a lot of people have opinions about Ben Crump.
We know they conducted the autopsy. We are waiting on their results.
And nah, it's not grape flavor Kool-Aid. It's cherry, nigga. It might be mystery flavor. It might be the white Kool-Aid. How about that?
As well. The final thing I will say is this. If there are any people who are on that island, any young people who recorded videos, who witnessed things, who may have saw Nolan at any time on that island, please.
And then this how I know y'all don't know about like black households and Kool-Aid and shit. Because black folks never put one flavor in the Kool-Aid. It's always a mixture. So even when you see the purple Kool-Aid, it's some more shit in there too. The purple just overtook the damn coloring. Black folks don't just put one flavor of Kool-Aid in this shit. Who told y'all that?
Please let us know. Please call BenCrump.com, call the 800 number, just any information. They are desperate.
Deborah, you said you sent the super chat. I missed it. Let me go check. Deborah comes through supporting the channel via super chat and said it was a sacrifice, 4th of July ritual. I had a nephew unalived on that day. They are demons. Thank you, Deborah, for supporting the channel via super chat. I did see a guy going viral explaining how this could be a ritual from generations and generations and generations back. I did see those theories. I don't know if I think it was a ritual, but I don't know. I just don't think it was a ritual, but it could be.
We're in a ferocious pursuit for the truth. And y'all, if it was your child, wouldn't you want...
I'm going to be honest. I used to not think too deep into that, but as many people, a post went viral from where I'm from about somebody asking where the woo lady was at. And when I seen all of these people talking about how they go see the woo lady and where she's at and what she's done for them and how their family used to go see him and shit, this is between Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, and shit, it be some shit going on. It do be some shit going on. When it comes to this woo, voodoo, all of it be some shit going on.
Everybody who knew something to let you all know. This is a horrible way because it's so tragic on so many levels. Well, before we bring the parents up, why don't we have Attorney Lisa Park, who is helping to head up the investigation with our office.
My name is Lisa Park. I'm the senior attorney for the Ben Crump Law Office in Atlanta. It is our honor to
for being here. This is not how I wanted the world to meet my son, but here we are.
Look at Pops, bro. This is Nolan Wells' mom, but I want y'all to look behind her, man. Over that shoulder on the right side, man. Look at Pops, bro. Like, he's trying so hard to be strong, man. Like, fuck, bro. Damn.
So, as you know, I'm Christine Wells Walmsley. I am Nolan Wells' mom. And Nolan is the kindest soul. He never met a stranger. He loved everybody. He didn't care if you were black, white, purple, green, looked like a marshmallow. Like, he just wanted everyone to be in peace with one another. He loved life, and God gave him this big heart, which...
What do you mean who's sad for the black youth down in Chicago? We all are, man. We sad for that shit too. Just like we were sad for them white kids that they dragged up out of that damn house in Ohio, man. What are you talking about? Kids is kids, man.
Always scared us. Me and his dad had conversations with him all the time, not just about the importance of understanding our history as black people, but also the importance of how you have to move in certain spaces. And it's not us being, feeding into racism or the stereotypes that comes with that. Unfortunately, that is just a matter of fact. There have been many cases, many instances that shows it's unfortunately a pattern that he did not like. He did not like that there was so much division, and I think that's why God gave him us. He was really a peacemaker.
Thanks, South Carolina.
He wanted, like I said, everyone to be included. He never wanted to leave anyone out. He just, even at a young age, I don't know, he was, how old was he? No, not 18. So his father and I were having a moment, and as couples do, and even in that moment, he runs in the room with his diaper on, of course, and he starts dancing, because it was like he could feel the tension. He could feel that something wasn't right, so he was just a special kid. Like, he was a special kid, but again, just heart was so big. And we're gonna miss him dearly. But we are grateful, especially to our friend Tashima, who actually was one of the people who helped us that night.
No, this woman that's Nolan's mom. That's Nolan's dad. No, she's not gay. I mean, I'm assuming that they're married still. The judge actually said she went to school with Nolan's mom, that they were classmates. So we know that these families have ties going all the way back to school, at least a generation above Noah, because his mom was classmates with the judge that deleted her social media. They didn't say they were friends or anything. They just said that, they went to school together.
Picked up his cell phone from where it was, and then provided that to us, because we of course contacted authorities to figure out who to do the report with, whether it was the county or the city, which then turned into DMR, who I contacted immediately from there. And but so our friend.
Hit the like button, chat. I want to shout out everybody that has sent out a super chat on tonight. So we're gonna give shouts out to Najee, Michelle, Deborah, and Najee again. Also, thank you for the jewels. Dion sent 440 jewels. Thank you, everybody that's been sending jewels. It only showed me Dion's. I know more people have sent jewels. But thank you for supporting the channel. Be sure to double tap the screen on your way in. And Maj, drop the link to the book. I did drop a book. Well, we're taking pre-orders right now for the OA. The OA, it's organized action. So Maj, drop that link. Be sure to double tap that screen. We're gonna get back into it.
Actually, when I called her, Nolan is best friends with her two sons, Jalen and Javon. When I called her, I said to Shima, have you seen Nolan? He's missing. No one has seen him. No one has talked to him. The boys were actually with her, her sons. So they opened up their Snapchat because a lot of the kids do have their locations where they're tracking one another.
Thank you, Zombie.
So one of the boys says, well, it's showing that I can't exactly remember what his location was showing, but my Live 360 location was showing something completely different. It was actually showing that his phone was like he was on land. And so we ended up, she received the phone from that parent, and then we met up where his car was, which was at a separate location. There were issues obtaining the key, but even so, there's just a lot of...
Tell them about what happened with the key.
So I'm gonna...
Okay, so she's saying that the Life 360 was showing that he was on land. They showed up to get the phone, then they showed up at the house to get the car. Like I said, they were having a back and forth about the car keys and not being able to find them. Then someone remembered the car keys was placed on top of an Xbox, from what I believe. Lala, Big Niche, thank you for dropping the link. The links that Lala and Big Niche put in the chat, they will take you to the pre-order. You will not be charged to sign up for the pre-order for the book. It will. It only requires an email. It only requires an email, and then you'll get updates throughout this next week, and we'll get the book to you 1 week from today. Deborah comes through with another super chat. Thank you, Deborah, for supporting the channel via super chat. Plug, that's the stepfather. I study hard and long. I know a lot. 4th of July was a ritual, and in California, a lot of youngsters died. So this is the stepdad right here. The black guy right here is the stepdad, Deborah. Thank you for the super chat, Deborah. My friend, he has his channel is going through a lot right now, but my childhood friend Moneyway, he really talks more about the sacrifice and the ritualistic stuff. I'm not as well versed in that as him, but I do cover it sometimes. But Moneyway, that's what he does. That was his shit. But I believe you, Deborah. Thank you for supporting the channel via super chat.
I'm gonna let my husband tell you about that because he actually went up to the door to get the key because at that point I was just not in my right mind. This has just been an awful situation, just terrible.
Elmore Watson, father.
Okay, so the situation with the key. When we got to the house, a few of his friends, they were already there. And they were at the door in the house, asking questions. So when I walked up, they were getting, things were getting kind of intense. So I turned to them and told them, I need you guys to calm down. I don't do this to me right now. I need them to kind of trust me so they can give me something. So I was able to calm them down. So the guy, he's in one of the pictures. He came out of the room, half asleep or whatever, I think Jack's or whatever. And I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. I'm here to get his keys so I can get his car. I said, he's like, his car's in New York. His car's parked in New York. So he was like, I don't know, man. I know it's like my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go in your room and see if you can find my son's keys so I can take his car home? He walks off. 2 or 3 minutes, come back. I can't find the keys. I said, okay, so at that point, I get the boys and I get to move them out the house because I didn't want them to go into the house and start tearing up these people's houses because they'll never be all in the situation. So we walk outside by the car. One of the guys that was in the house with us, he was on the phone with a girl, and the girl told him that Nolan's keys were on top of this Jax guy's Xbox in the house, because apparently she was there with him earlier. So he goes back up to the door by himself, and 5 minutes later, the keys come out. So now I feel like you done lied to me. So now I'm really like in distress with you. But as far as the night goes, if I knew anyone who had a boat, I would have went out that night looking for my son. We tried, but I don't have friends with boats. But if I knew someone with one, I would have went out that night. And it so happened that his coach saw all the stuff on Facebook that next morning and contacted me like 5 in the morning, asked me, did we want to go out? And I told him yes. So within an hour, he was at the dock. We met him, and we went out. We docked the boat, got off the boat, walked on the island, walked a pretty nice stretch, came back, got back on the boat, went around the island, looked, came back around, and where we went to, that's where apparently they say that his body floated up. I don't know a lot about water currents or whatever, but I would think that we would have saw his body. And
so they're saying that they found the body basically in the exact location that they started the search at. And we know that the Cajun Navy is the ones who recovered the body. The Cajun Navy said that they had people on boats, boots on the ground, drones in the air, and manned aircraft in the air. And I believe the guy said that the manned aircraft is the one who spotted the body. They found the body from the air. But the dad is saying it was in the same relative location that they started the search at.
Trip there was a family that stayed the night on the island, like actually tented out on the island. So if he was left, he would have saw that family on the island, and it was 2 other boats docked, so he would have had help. So I don't know. I don't know.
Exactly what I was saying. So if everybody left the island and he was still there and alive and well, he would have been like, hey, he wouldn't have let everybody leave. He said, this guy said that there were 2 boats still docked there. So we can assume that he had already passed on by the time everybody left the damn thing. He wasn't just out there, no shirt on, no shoes on, wandering around the island like people probably thought at the beginning.
I think we stayed there for like an hour and a half. That's when Jackson County and the sheriff department showed up, and they were going to do their rounds. And I had a classmate.
So that's what it was. The guy from the Cajun Navy said that they were working hand in hand with local law enforcement, and they were giving each other updates. So the Cajun Navy guy said 45 minutes after he got the call, they were out there. So I don't know if that was the next day or, yeah, I'm assuming it was the next day, because the guy from the Cajun Navy said within 45 minutes, they had already deployed their forces out there to try to find Nolan.
Him and his 2 boys, they came out and they searched, and then they got back in touch with me and said the Coast Guard had finally showed up in airplanes. So
what is so critical, what Elmore is saying is, they went out on Sunday, and the tide, if it brought his body up, he went missing on July 4th, as they say. His body should have been there on July 5th. Why would it not appear to July 6th? And that's one of those things that's just not adding up. And the fact that
it's not adding up, but what I'm trying to say is if they had the area, they were doing a search and recovery in the area, how could they bring the body back out there? It doesn't add up, but I'm just trying to wrap my brain around how they would get the body back out there if there's an active search and rescue going on. There's probably Coast Guard, local police, the Cajun Navy crawling all over the place. So unless it's an intricate and very, very deep cover-up, I don't see how they could get the body back out there. I just don't.
he stayed behind on the island, there were boats there. There were people somebody had to see something. That's why it's not adding up. And that's what they're saying. It's just not adding up.
Yes. And if he was there 2 days, somebody on the island would be able to verify that. 2 days, and nobody's come forward and say, no, he was with us, or no, we saw him. It just does not make sense. Make it make sense.
Just one last thing. We want her to talk about the cell phone deleted messages.
You're talking off mic.
I'm sorry. I thought my voice was loud enough. One last thing. We want to have Christine talk about the cell phone from her perspective before they tell you who Nolan was, and then we'll take your questions.
So when
I wish I could call my partner Donald, man. I wish I could call my partner Donald, man, because he's down there. I want to see what he has to say. I'm going to see if I can get him to call in.
made it home, my sister and I actually went through Nolan's cell phone, particularly Snapchat, because that is so popular with the children. And when we opened it up, there was nothing. There were no saved pictures. There were no snaps from that day. And we did open it before the 24-hour expiration. So we found that very concerning, only because anyone who's ever been around Nolan will tell you at social gatherings, he's taking videos, he's taking pictures, he's even come up to me when I'm getting ready to go to bed, hey Mom, come on, take a picture of me. You know, like he's just, that was Nolan. So that's why we feel that things may have been deleted, was because of the fact that there was nothing in either one of his accounts.
All right, chat. I just got Tato finna call him and see if he can call in on the show. I don't know if he's at work right now or not. I can't join the Discord because I don't have my actual Discord linked on my computer. But Deborah came through with a gifted membership. Thank you, Deborah, for gifting John Blue Wave that membership. John, I've been dropping members first videos all week, man, so you'll get those videos early. Thank you, Deborah. But yeah, he's calling them right now, and we're gonna see if we can get Donald to call in, man. He's in Ocean Springs right now. He's a little older than Nolan, but he knows the party scene down there. He knows the bar scene down there. We'll see what the hell Donald has to say.
But I do want to say this. I would hope that any parent who, God forbid, would be in our situation, I would hope that you would do the same thing. I would hope that you would ask for any help, receive any help to get answers, because at the end of the day, that's all we want. We just want to know. We just want to know what happened.
Chat, I'm dumb as hell. The person I just called just went to school down there. He's not down there right now, but he went to school there. He can tell us how the damn schools are. I'm going to call him back and have him call in, and so he can tell y'all like how the school systems are and like what kind of environment he was in. This nigga went to the school. I'm tripping.
Happened and why our baby didn't come home. Like that's our biggest thing. And we are so grateful to everyone, family, friends, classmates, United Cajun Navy, everybody that's assisted us. We appreciate you. There's not enough thank yous that we could say or give to you, but I just, we just want to know. We want an honest, thorough investigation. That's all we're asking for.
Do you want to say about who Nolan was?
Nolan is a person with a big heart. He's loved by not just his family, but the community. He's a born people person. He he really developed a bond with his baby brother because both of them played the same position. So he was really understanding the business side of the sport, which is football, and understand that it's not just a game you play. So the stuff that I was telling him, it was kind of starting to sink into him, and he was really getting more in depth into it. And I could see as he did that, his baby brother really started getting more into it as well, as far as being more focused, because he saw, well, if my big brother.
All right, Chad, he finna join the Discord, and we're going to get him on the phone line so he can tell us about the area, the Biloxi, Ocean Springs area, how it is going to school down there, what his friend group was like and shit like that. Because, yeah, he went to school in Ocean Springs, I believe.
Brother is about to go do this great thing, then I want to do this great thing, but I want to do it better. That's why, that's what made them so like vinegar and oil. It was like, they was always at each other, but they were the same. When I look at my youngest, I'll say Nolan. Or when I look at Nolan, I'll say my youngest name. So they would train together. I would always say, hey, you did some push-ups, you the one ran some routes. And they know when I say that, next day they're out there running routes. Even my other son, he'll go out there. He doesn't play their position, but he would go out there and work.
What's up, Top Cat?
Because they were understanding what I was talking about. They were growing. They were becoming men. So this was his time. He would always talk to me. I would always give him my advice about stuff.
Oh, thank you, Deborah, for grabbing your membership. Deborah, you just got access to 300 plus past live streams plus members first videos. And you got some cool emojis, Deborah. Members, show Deborah how to use her emojis.
I always try to tell him what to look for. And as I always tell him, I said, son, I'm giving you this advice and I'm telling you this stuff, but you're going to have to experience this. But when you experience it, it won't be foreign to you. You'll have some kind of idea of how to navigate through it. And I think me and his mother, I think we did a great job with that. That's why it's so hard for me to believe that he would choose to stay on the island. It just wasn't his character. It wasn't his character. So Nolan is the funniest kid in our family. Speaking of the time she was talking about, yeah, we were having a kind of heated moment, and I don't know if you guys remember the dance called a Stanky Leg.
Thank you, Deborah.
I think my son created it because we were sitting in that closet looking and just like talking. He literally came to the closet door and peeked around and stood in front of him and just started doing this little crazy dance. And I was like, we just bust out like whatever we was arguing about, we stopped laughing. Then we called him to us and we just hugged and laughed and played. But then maybe 6 months later, the song did a hit. But we always said he created the Stanky Leg dance. But that's my greatest memory of my son.
What are you telling your other children about this?
Yeah, they're going through the process of grieving. It's gonna be a long and drawn out process of grieving for them, man. All right, I'm finna call Tato, y'all. I'm finna call him right now. He talking about send a number to call in. We finna call Tato right now so he can tell us about the school. Hold on. Where's the phone line, Chad? Let me find this nigga's number. All right. All right, Chad, he went to the schools in the area, so if y'all got any questions y'all want me to ask him, put them in the comments, man. Just about the school districts and how it is down there. Let's see if this nigga...
Hello?
What's up, bro? We live right now. We got like 500 people in here. Turn that background mic down if you watching.
I'm not.
So, yeah,
All right,
yeah, tell us about Ocean Springs. That's where you went to school, Ocean Springs, Biloxi?
Yes, I attended Ocean Springs, Mississippi, or high school. Yes, I did.
So, what's the school name?
Ocean Springs High School in
Okay.
Ocean Springs, Mississippi.
Okay, so tell us about it. Is like, what's it like down there? Is it a lot of black
Well,
people go to
I'll
their
put it this
school?
way. Well, it's the coast, okay? So the coast is a little separate from, your everyday life in Mississippi. And the coast is considered southern Mississippi, which is near New Orleans, and, it's the place you want to be in Mississippi, not northern Mississippi. So it costs a little more to, live there. And Ocean Springs is a predominantly white school, obviously, based off what I just told you.
So let's say your school. So like let's say you was in the classroom. How many black kids will be in the class with you?
Well, there is a good amount of black people in Ocean Springs, but there is just more so predominantly white. And like down there, it's a different lifestyle when it comes to like culture as far as like the white boys, like they like to go out and on the boats and party and do this and that. But the thing is there are a lot of black people that I wouldn't say they're just not your everyday black person. But what I mean is those black people hang out with the white boys. You know what
They're a
I'm saying?
little uppity. I was telling them that before. I was like, man, Ocean Springs compared to
Yeah.
Biloxi is like it's a little
Because
uppity.
honestly, I have a friend that's a little uppity. He hangs out with, the white boys is how we call them. We don't say it in any racist way. That's just how we communicate with them. You know what I'm saying? We call them the white boys.
Right.
And, they like to go out and fish and party. And, that's just the thing that the white people do. You know what I'm saying?
So tell them
Black
about
people don't own
Biloxi.
those.
Tell them about Biloxi. Now Biloxi's like right, like 3 miles away, right?
Right across the bridge. It's right across the bridge. It literally takes about 20 minutes to get across the bridge, literally, right there. They're 2 and 2. The boulevard is right there.
Now tell them how different
And-
Ocean Springs and Biloxi are, in your opinion.
Well, all right. Well, I wasn't there long enough to experience Biloxi or give you any, like, insight on Biloxi, but I do know, Biloxi was a little more,
It
had a little more to it. You know
it
what
was
I'm
a little
saying?
more hood.
If
I'm
that
telling
makes
y'all.
sense.
So Ocean Springs is like the uppity area. Biloxi is where they do Black Beach Week. Now Black Beach Week is like a whole spring break type celebration for the black people out there. Like it's black people everywhere. I'm just gonna be honest. All on the beach, all the rappers come down, the clubs are booked out, the casinos are jumping. They hold Black Beach Week in Biloxi. I I think the first time I went was like 2017, 2018 is the first time I went to Black Beach Week.
Right. And, the crazy thing is, Horn Island is an island that, everybody likes to go out to. It's like right off the beach. It's right off the beach. It's kind of far out in the water. You go out. It's maybe like knee or I would say like hip high water. It's not too deep. You know what I'm saying? It's, people go out and kind of float the water, walk around the water.
So
drink.
how do you feel about this? They said that they found his body pretty in the shallow water or like right off on the shore, and they had, I guess, in the same spot that they had originally started looking for. So could they overlook a body or something in that shallow water? Is this something you think could happen, like they just overlooked the body?
Well, excuse me. I don't think there's any way you could overlook a body out there because obviously it's the coast, so you are dealing with the Gulf of Mexico technically. You know what I'm saying? But in that time span, a body's not gonna make it far. You know what I mean? They're gonna be easily track a body down. We're dealing with the coast here. They live and breathe on the water, so this is nothing new to them.
Right. So
And
now,
honestly,
go ahead.
I do have a few. I have a friend in mind. He just went on a trip to Destin with the white boys. All right, and he's a person of color, and he's recently left out to Destin on a trip with the white boys. And the white boys, they like to partake in crazy things, such as in buying prostitutes, snorting powder,
Allegedly.
Allegedly, they like to partake in those things, and my friend unfortunately likes to partake in those things. when he's
So
around
okay,
the
so
white boys.
I've been trying to say this. I've been trying to say until the toxicology report comes back, I'm not trying to say or just put anything in Noah Wells' system. But it was 4th of July weekend. Now, I don't know the area. They said that it was it was drinking down there and possibly, some substances. So knowing,
Right.
knowing the coast and shit, like what's the substance of choice down there? Do they do a lot of coke? Is it fentanyl?
Nose
Is it
candy.
is it so they do a lot of coke?
Nose candy. And I will go as far as met the family if I want
A little
to
skate,
take
a
it
little
there.
skate, a little coke
Yeah,
and a little skate.
but I believe that guy and those people got a little too fucked up and a little too out of hand, and something happened.
All right, man.
That's my opinion. And listen, this is coming from somebody that's a close source to Mississippi. He was saying they went out there. He got his hands on a taste of bad dope or whatever the
This
case
is
may
all
be. Or
alleged.
they had a little too much fun, and
So yeah, I was trying to
end
get
up tweaking it.
I was trying to get the homies that's still out there, living out there, to call in. You said he didn't answer, but you said that you
No, he
spoken with
did.
some of them, and that's the narrative that's going around.
Mm-hmm.
That they may have gotten a hold of something.
And honestly, I hate to say it, but I believe it. Or it wouldn't surprise me, I'm not going to say I believe it, but it wouldn't surprise me. And honestly, maybe something did happen to the guy and they tried to cover it up.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to understand what could have happened other than an overdose, him jumping in the water and drowning, which is damn near impossible because of, how shallow the water is. Or he
Right.
was
So
just
you
so
saying
fucked
the
up to the point
water?
to where
Do you think he tried to go out into the ocean? Like when people are there, do they typically like try to swim out, or they normally just
no,
stay?
because the Biloxi Beach, you can literally walk damn near 100 miles and it still be at your, pelvis. All that water there isn't very deep. You can go pretty far out
So
on
how the fuck
Biloxi
is they
Beach
getting to
from
the
the
boat? How
sand.
the fuck is they getting to the island? If it's 4 feet deep, how the hell is the boat getting to the island in 4 feet water?
Boats.
In 4 feet water,
Boats.
they taking these big ass boats out there in 4 feet water.
Yeah.
I'm just asking, shit. I'm not from there. I'm asking, nigga.
Obviously, Horn Beach is a little farther out. You're gonna need a boat to get to Horn
It's
Island.
10
though.
miles out.
But,
Yeah, they say it's 10 miles out.
But what I'm saying, there's a lot of shallow water in between.
Your brother in there?
That Biloxi Beach and Horn Island. Yeah.
Man, put that nigga on the phone. He went to school there too.
What? You here?
Man, I'm trying to ask him about it. So you play ball down there, family. I ain't just gonna put your name out there, but tell us how it was playing ball out there. Like the team, like was it a lot? Was it was the team? Was it some black people on the team? Did you play with all white boys? Like you play sports out there?
The school is predominantly white. It's a predominantly white area. Ocean Springs is, I'd probably say, like 90% white. There are black athletes that go there. The black athletes were better. One person does stand out. It was a white dude named Weston. His dad was a judge. Like, dude wasn't really all that at ball, but his dad donated so much bread. Homie saw the floor like damn near every minute of the game. So it's favoritism. So if you ask me.
Okay. So it's kind of like, so you said about 90% white, so there were some black families. Yeah, like I said, pretty much an uppity area, man. All right, man, I ain't gonna hold you up too long. I'm gonna ask the chat, do y'all got any questions for them before we get them off the line? Do y'all got any questions? They aren't, have you heard anything from your partners down there close to the situation? Is what, your brother said true? They think it might have been some substances involved?
Yeah, he believes the same thing I do.
Nah, hell, he done got off the phone. All right, man. Well, I ain't gonna hold you up too much longer, family. Appreciate you for calling in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one. Y'all enjoy.
All right, now.
Pleasure to have me. Thank you.
All right, chat. We're gonna get back on into the show.
My son Ethan, he's he's hurting. These are the ones these are the younger ones. He's like, Dad, I don't know what I'm gonna do, and I'm like, son, you gotta keep going, because he would want you to be better. His youngest brother Elmore, the one that really worked out with him, he was like, I'm hurting, Dad, but I said, Nolan wants you to be the best he can be. He would want you to outdo him, and whenever you feel like you're in a bind or having some kind of problem, call on your brother, talk to your brother. My twins, the loss of a younger sibling is hurting them. They have to figure out how to navigate through life.
What's up, Leo?
Without him. And my daughter Carly, with her being away, it's really hard for her because.
Yeah, like I said, chat, I'm going to wait till the toxicology report comes back. I'm not going to, just go off the rails and place something in the system. But y'all just heard two people, they went to that school. They still familiar with a lot of people in that area. They said that that's what they're running with down there, that maybe they just had a little too much of something. But like I said, for me, I'm going to wait till the toxicology report comes back and we'll see what that says.
She's not around family now, so she's out on her own, doing life like this, but she's doing it on her own, so she has to do this by herself. We're here, by phone, but we're not there in person, so she really has to draw on the people that surround her when she's not home. So all together, my family, this is going to be our new norm. He was the jester in my court. And yeah.
See, this is why I'm not going to put anything in the system, because I don't know until the toxicology report comes back. Because they're already trying to treat Nolan Wells like George Floyd. The same way they did George Floyd, that's how they're trying to do this Nolan Wells kid. So, like I said, I'm just going to wait till the toxicology report comes back, and then we'll, figure out what happened.
Yeah, he will be missed greatly, not by us, but by the whole community.
We will announce the funeral services when it is finalized, and we'll be going to help I will officiate at the funeral in Mississippi. Again, we'll take your questions, but identify who you are, and please be respectful. The families in mourning, but because
you said the parents don't seem close, they do seem close. They're going through something traumatic right now. Like, they're both dealing with it in their own way. They got another child. He has a little brother that's going to grow up without a big brother. This is a man having to be strong for a whole family. This is a woman that knows her firstborn will never come back home. Like, shit, being lovey-dovey and all of that kissy-huggy, now's not the time for that shit. It's not they may never be the same. Some shit like this go on, they may never be the same.
Because they want justice for their son, they came to New York to make this appeal. But let's not make this a circus. Yes.
Christina Narshan from the New York Post. First of all, I just want to say I'm so sorry about the loss of the family. I have a couple of questions. When was the last time you heard from Nolan? What did he say? Was there a call or a text? What was said during that last interaction? And also, how do you know that it's Nolan saying, like, give me my phone?
Like, I've seen that happen. Like, families come together trying to be strong, but after the loss of a child, like, honestly, sometimes that shit's never the same. Like, I've seen it. I've seen families come together, and piece it back together and do well. And I've seen families that, shit, they're roommates at that point. So, like, the child could be grown and out of the house. Already grown and out of the house, but just the loss of that child changes their dynamic, and now they're just damn roommates. They're both walking around, head somewhere else, and they just never shake back. I've seen it happen both ways.
What do you do in that video?
Say that last question.
How do you know that it's Nolan saying, give me my phone, what you doing in that video?
Yeah. Well, the second one is of the children who are saying it was Nolan.
See, this is the thing. You talking about the goal is a payout, not for this damn family. Man, these are black people in fucking Ocean Springs, Mississippi. You don't think they got life insurance policies on this kid? Accidental, regular life insurance policies. It's not about the money. It's about knowing what actually happened, putting rumors to bed. These are well-to-do black people. Trust me. The kids have fucking insurance. They got life insurance policies.
So the last time we spoke and saw Nolan was July the 3rd. He actually cooked dinner for me, actually for us, because I had gotten off work. It's been really busy, and so he cooked dinner. It was salmon. He baked it. So proud. And then after that, he was just like, "Hey, Mom, I'm about to go. I love you." Gave us a hug, kiss, and he left. Which, of course, you know, he knew we always looked at the Life 360. So there were times maybe he didn't call us to let us know when he made it, but we would see it. He would text at some point.
That's what I'm saying. One thing about these people, Tyler Perry stepped up to do the funeral so they could go all out. The funeral's probably going to be all out. Colin Kaepernick stepping up, paying for the autopsy. But best believe, these kind of people right here aren't doing no motherfucking fish fry. Now, I understand that y'all like to run with that narrative that black people can't pay for funerals and shit, but these are the type of people that was going to make sure their child was buried and taken care of, straight up. These type of people don't play that shit. A damn fish fry.
But that was the last time we saw and spoke with him.
Sir.
Tim Grant from Washington Post. Two questions. First, who is doing the independent autopsy in Washington, D.C.? And the second question is, as part of your independent investigation, have you planned to reach out to the other boys who was with to ask them to voluntarily speak to your investigation?
Dr. Roger Mitchell is doing the independent autopsy on behalf of Nolan Wells' family. And we understand that the young men have lawyers. So
now, I'm saying that you said, okay, and I'm saying that the parents aren't milking this for money. The parents not milking this shit for money. Now, I'm just going to be all the way honest with y'all, man. A lot of, especially parents from certain generations, like our generation is kind of losing it. But the parents from the generation before, they didn't play that shit, bro. They did not play that shit, man. They was going to have life insurance on them kids. They was going to have accidental on them kids. And they was going to make sure that the funeral was paid for.
So we will have to have their lawyers agree to let them speak to our investigators. And we have not attempted to talk to them as of yet. We have been attempting to talk to many of the students and people who are out there that we are aware of.
Okay. Right here.
See, this is the thing. When you say it's always about money. Now, other communities do use life insurance as a path to wealth. Now, when we talk about the black community doing it, it's always about the money. That's kind of crazy. Setting up your family to make sure that they're all right, because we all do have a day. Unfortunately, Nolan's came way too early. But for his family to have life insurance and shit set up, like, why is that being demonized? Like, isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Justin Finch, Inside Edition, asking a question here. First, for the family, wondering if you recall from your friend what was said to her by the people who gave her Nolan's phone, and for Attorney Crump, wondering for you, at some point, will that phone be given to police for their investigation and expressed interest?
Yes.
So the exact wording of the exchange, it was through phone, because again, we were busy trying to figure out who was going to take the missing persons report. Just because when it's in water, when it occurs on the island, it's not necessarily the city or the county, because then it becomes an issue of jurisdiction. So like I said, she went there and spoke with, I cannot remember, I'm so sorry, my brain is everywhere. But she went to the house and retrieved the phone. She said, I have his phone, the phone looks okay. As far as like appearance goes, it didn't look damaged or anything. And so then after that, we met with her at the other house where he had stayed the night, July.
I'm going to say this. Hebrews says non-guilty people don't lawyer up the same evening your so-called friend was missing at the time. Allegedly, he wasn't unalive yet unless you knew he was, thus lawyering up guilty. I would agree with you, but I will say that they may have known that something happened, but lawyering up when something happens like that on your boat is different too. Because you may not be guilty, but because it happened on your boat, your ass could be liable. Your ass could be sued. Because if they were underage drinking and or using substances, somebody's held liable for that shit. And if it doesn't fall on anybody, it's going to fall on the damn boat owner, whoever owned that damn boat.
July the 3rd, where his car was. Because it was important for us to try to retrieve everything of his that we could. But it, honestly, for both instances, it was a run and round because I know she had issues getting his phone as well. And she ended up calling me, and I think I spoke with the mother. She put me on speakerphone, and I was like, hey, you know, yes, I'm Christine, I'm Nolan's mom. We need his phone. We're trying to find him.
Yes.
I guess.
Okay, we'll go her and then you.
I guess let me answer the second part of the question. Absolutely, after our experts be able to examine the phone, we will let the Mississippi investigators examine the phone. And it's for two.
And then y'all have to understand, like, I'm from the South, like really from the South. Now, when we talk about lawyering up, we know that one of the kids' moms was a judge. So what does that mean? They hang out. That's their colleagues. The other prosecutors, the defense attorneys, all of them, they're all colleagues. Some judges are judges in their county and defense attorneys in another jurisdiction, like outside of their county. So just because they hired an attorney doesn't mean they actually paid a lot of money. It only takes $1. And with the way that these, circles of people are friends of friends and shit, somebody probably took it on for $1 just so that they could have a lawyer to defer questions to, just so they can have a lawyer around. This shit, a lot of that shit, bro, is being privy. It's not always that they came out of pocket a whole lot of money to lawyer up with the best lawyers. No, all they got to do is pay somebody $1, one of their friends $1, and guess what? Now they got representation. Legally, they can represent you. Legally, you can tell them anything that you want to tell them, and they're bonded by attorney-client privilege. $1.
That they have the phone, because normally in these investigations, as you know, Reverend Al, they would have the phone and stuff, and they would keep it for months, and the family just be in limbo. But thank God we have the phone now. We're going to do it expeditiously and give it to them to examine it as well.
Anna Schechter with CBS News. So you said that he stayed the night at a friend's. The first question is, did he stay with the friends that he went on the boat with?
Yes, he did.
And my second question is, has anyone come forward and provided you with other photographs or videos from Horn Island from July 4th that afternoon?
They're starting to send them to our office, and that's what Attorney Parker was being so adamant about. Please continue to send whatever videos you got, whatever pictures you got. And we're very thankful that some young people have done that.
Good afternoon. Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. First of all, I would like to extend my condolences to you, Mr. and Mrs. Wells. I know this is very brave of you, and we appreciate your transparency. Two questions, also in regards to you, Reverend Al, Mr. Crump. My first question is, this happened in Mississippi, and
like I said, down here in the South, chat, a lot of these judges are also lawyers outside of the county. So them being a lawyer, they'll probably have another defense attorney inside of the office working with them, right? So they can pay the person in the office the $1 as a retainer. The only thing that does is that they can't represent the case, which she wouldn't be able to hold the case anyway. She could have paid the other person in her office $1 and kept it pushing. That's that they work in the same office anyway. They're damn shit. Yeah.
You traveled here to meet with Reverend Al Sharpton.
Alleged.
Why was this important to you, and how meaningful has this meeting been with you here in New York?
Like my lawyer, for example. My lawyer works in the office, and the other attorney that works in the office with him is a judge. That's how I know what the fuck is going on or what could potentially go on. I don't know what they be doing, but I'm saying how easy it could happen. You got an attorney right here. You got another attorney in the office, but this attorney that's in the office, she's actually a judge too, but she takes cases outside of the county. It's not that hard. It doesn't cost a lot of money either.
So we did this because
You told him Nicoletta said, "My man, can we listen, please?" You can go watch this shit on PBS. You see what it say, PBS News, man. You know who's up here. Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, and Noah Wells' mom and dad. You can go watch this shit by your lonely if you want to.
once again, what we're wanting is transparency.
Thank you, Jose.
Right? Although I do absolutely respect law enforcement, just the fact that the, accidental drowning thing, it made both me and his father uncomfortable. Why?
Have a good night, Nicoletta. I have a good night. We'll see you again some other time.
Why are we so quick to rush to this? And we just, at the end of the day, we want answers. This has been very impactful. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the day they found him, we were at Port Mars, which is one of the boat launches, and I was standing beside the water, and I had said a prayer, and I was like, Lord, this isn't what we wanted, but I just asked him to help us get through this, put the right people in our path that could potentially help us, because at that point we hadn't reached out to anybody.
Nah, Max, that ain't my work back there, man. That ain't my work back there, Max.
We didn't know where to start. This is foreign. We've never been through this. No parent should go through this. And then that's when my cousin, Keezy, she sent me a message with some information.
Nah, chat. My uncle used to live in this room right here. So shit, a lot of this shit y'all seeing here is his shit too. It adds some little aesthetic.
My friend Bianca, her sister knows a contact with Attorney Ben, and so I said, okay, this has to be it. This has to be God helping us along the way. And I am not religious, but I am spiritual. And for that, I was grateful because I felt like things were being set up. And at this point, I have always said, we are taking any help. Any help. We don't care, black, white, purple. Again, we just want to know what happened. That's all we want to know. We just want to know what happened.
And my quick follow-up to that, were you able to get a clear explanation as to the chain of custody of this phone, like how that parent came in possession of this phone? And then explain the resistance. You said you went to the home to get the keys. I don't understand, what kind of resistance? What was that exchange of words like? The resistance you received when you went to go retrieve his keys. Thank you.
He just acted like he didn't know where they were.
Shit, all my uncles doing pretty good. I thank you for asking. That's nice. How my uncles and them doing, man? Actually, all of them. That's a fucking moth in here, bro. It's pissing me off. But they actually doing pretty good. I seen one of my uncles today. He doing better, getting ready for the damn family reunion and shit. My other uncle done got him a set of new teeth and shit, man. I'm like, damn, Unc, your ass got some new teeth around this motherfucker. Yeah, my uncle's doing pretty good.
It's like he was like he was clueless. Like he was like I don't know. I don't like. Well, just please. I was like, just please go in the room and look for me, cause be honest with you, at that time I was very emotional. No one was giving me any answer. So that situation with me and them could have went totally left field. But since those other young kids were in there, at that moment, they kept me from doing what I wanted to do. So getting them and calming them down, it helped me focus on what I was really there for, to find the keys. And like I said, when I asked him, he said he went and looked. And so when he said he couldn't find them, I did what I needed. I left out of their home.
Yeah, I got a lot of uncles, Chad. I ain't gonna lie. I got a lot of uncles. Like I said, that generation was having a lot of kids, you know what I'm saying? So I got one uncle, he in the halfway house. I got another uncle, he in the penitentiary. I got another uncle. I just told y'all he's doing good and shit. I just seen him the other day. And then I got another uncle who just got some new teeth. Is that all my uncles? Yeah, I think that's all my uncles.
And like I said, 5 minutes later, he come back out with the keys. And they didn't come back outside anymore until the police came. Because at that time, police were called because we were looking for his wallet. And then they went to the door. But other than that, when they sent the keys out, they locked everything. They didn't want nothing to do with what was outside that door. So that right there is, when you lied to me, it killed all trust in anything we had to say.
All right, we'll take the last four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead.
Maria Campanodi with CNN. 2 questions for Attorney Crump, just to get some clarification.
Man, I'm sorry, Chad. I gotta get this moth up out of here, bro. Like, this moth has to go, man. It's gotta go, Chad. I'm sorry. I know some of y'all in here are animal lovers and tree huggers and shit, but this moth has got to go, Chad. And it's only one way I know how to get them up out of here, man.
On the timeline of the events. When was Nolan last seen and by whom? And the second question is, who first reported Nolan missing and when?
Well, and I asked his mother to also assist on the second question. But as it's conflicts, you know, the young woman said that he went and got back on the boat with the boys. The boys say no. He said he was going to stay with her. And that's a conflict. And the troubling thing is if they're saying, well, he made the decision to stay behind, would an 18-year-old college student say, go ahead without me, I don't want my cell phone or anything? It just doesn't add up. And so that, around that 3 o'clock time, seems to be the last time that we have those statements. However, as Christine said, they're suggesting that they didn't leave till 4:30 though. So, you know, if
I don't know if I got him, Chad. I think he got little on me, bro. I think he heard me talking about it and got the fuck little on me, bro. I don't see him, man.
you said you were leaving at 3, while you left at 4:30, and where was Nolan for that hour? And I think she was asking about the cell phone.
When was he last seen?
Oh, I answered last scene. I thought you said something else.
When was he first?
Oh, missing. Okay.
So, his friend contacted me, it was around 11:07, and then I called.
Hey, see? You talking about my country ass need to keep the door shut, big dog. I think it's coming through this damn window unit, man. Listen, I put a damn window unit in because my fucking unit went out, and they talking about for a 2.5 ton, they want like 10 bands. Listen, chat, I ain't got 10 bands right now for this 2.5 ton. I got some shit I need to do first. So I got this window unit in, man. I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem.
called my friend to ask her had she seen him, because that would be the only other place I would think he would go if he were back on land. And so then when she told me no, she's like, don't worry, I'm going to look for him. And that's when we got on the phone. First I called, it was either the county or Ocean Springs. It was either one of them, but whichever I called first, I was directed to call DMR, because so DMR, if I'm not mistaken, they handle cases with the island or the water in that area. So the young lady took the information down. She's like, I'm going to give you a call back. I said, okay. So when she called me back, she explained to me, she was like, I've spoken with the Coast Guard, which his friend had contacted the Coast Guard. Warren had contacted the Coast Guard to report Nolan missing as well. So I'm on the phone with the DMR, he's calling Coast Guard. And she said, I spoke with Coast Guard, and you're gonna have to complete the report with, I think it was.
All right, Chad, we're gonna do a live poll, man. Do y'all think it was foul play involved in the Nolan Wells unaliving? Do you think Nolan Wells, was there any foul play involved? Let me know down in the comments what y'all think. Everyone hit the like button. Be sure to send your questions and comments via super chat, man. Also, we're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Let me know what y'all think in the comments.
Ocean Springs. So we go down to the Ocean Springs Police Department. We're told because it's a jurisdiction issue that they can't file the missing police report. Jackson County the Sheriff's Department ends up calling me back, I think if I remember this correctly, and she was calling to check to see were they able to do it. I told her no, they couldn't do it. The young lady on the phone and the officer at Ocean Springs Police Department spoke. He explained to her why Ocean Springs Police Department could not complete the missing persons report. She said, okay. He gives the phone back. She's like, look.
So why wouldn't they complete the missing persons report? Because it hadn't been 24 hours and he was grown? Is it because it hadn't been 24 hours and he was over 18?
I'm just going to go ahead and do it so there's no more back and forth. So my husband and I, we met an officer in the McDonald's parking lot. I think at this point it's maybe around 12. Don't quote me on that. But we explained to him, what he looked like, age, all those things. Last time he was reported seen, which again, by his friend, he said that the last time he physically saw him was at 3 p.m. and they were getting ready to leave the island.
Israel Rodriguez with the U.S. Sun. Have you been able to gather additional information made by Warren's mother actually put on social media, where she said the group left the island after they experienced trouble with the boat and that the boat began taking in water?
Your question is what?
Yeah, it shouldn't matter with the boat, Top Cat, but nobody said they seen him drown at that point. I'm sure if somebody definitively said they seen him drown, they would have went on and let it happen. I'm thinking she's saying that they went on and let it happen anyway after some back and forth. But if somebody was like, hey, this person just drowned or went under the water, he hasn't came back up, yeah, they would have been on the way right then. But because they didn't, I don't know what went on. We seen the guy from the Cajun Navy said 45 minutes after he got the call, they were the first on the scene, I believe. Before local and Coast Guard was there, it was the Cajun Navy.
Director, we know she made that statement.
And they said they get a lot of their leads and tips from like the Facebook page and people hitting them up, and they just go out there and, do what they do.
Have you been able to gather additional information on that?
No, we have not.
Thank you. Kevin Ortega Rojas with Here's Why News. I was hoping that the family could clarify Nolan's relationship with the young men that he traveled to the island with. We've heard different accounts of how long he's known them, and I was wondering also if you folks have spoken to those families since they lawyered up.
High school friends.
Say the second part again.
You have to talk to the families.
Last question.
Thank you so much, Rev.
Yeah, they was trying to get him to speak to the families. Like he said, why did the family, if they were his friends, why did they lawyer up? And the dad kind of turned the question down, and Ben Crump was like, "Nah, we not gonna do that." You know, along those lines. Yeah.
Water.
Your question is what directly? We know she made that statement.
Have you been able to gather additional information on that?
No, we have not.
Thank you. Kevin Ortega-Rojas with Here's Why News. I was hoping that the family could clarify Nolan's relationship with the young men that he traveled to the island with. We've heard different accounts of how long he's known them, and I was wondering also if you folks have spoken to those families since they lawyered up.
High school friends.
So high school friends. So this isn't some long time shit. He said high school friends, and no, they haven't spoken to the families. So high school friends, and they have not spoken to the families since they've lawyered up.
Say the second part again.
You have to talk to the families.
Last question.
Thank you so much, Rev. I want to speak to the family. I stand here as a cousin, a first cousin of a victim. In 2020, he went out with his friend and the mother, who was white, and he went missing. He was found dead, deceased, in a field behind her house. She was arrested. She was charged with failing to report a missing child and contributing to the delinquent of a juvenile. So your story is very familiar. Your pain, I feel it. And I will continue to advocate. I'm an activist and I go all across the world. But today I'm here because I stand with you. As a cousin of a victim, I know what you feel when you don't get justice and the system is up against you.
God bless you. Thank you. We will follow up, and when we're ready to formal announcements. Again, the funeral service is not to prompt religion, it's to seek justice and unity. And we want everybody, black, white, everybody, to come and extol what this young man represented. It's not a protest rally. It will be to really lift up the spirit of this young man and to stand with the family. If we have to do protest rallies, that'll be announced at another time. The funeral services is to talk about how Nolan was a great young man to his family, and we're there to comfort them. Thank you for your time. Let us, please.
So, I know I have been seeing some younger people, real adults, older people doing protests. We actually had a very small one in Ocean Springs. Some young boys that knew Nolan, actually some of his friends. So what Elmore and I would like to say is, if you do, please be peaceful. Nolan was not someone who liked fights, physical fights. He really didn't even like arguments. So don't go out there trying to be tough. Just think about what Nolan would want. And I'm telling you, he would not want that type of behavior. So let's just make sure that we keep it peaceful and respectful to one another's and others, and just stay away from negativity, but also to all of those who have sent beautiful messages. We have not gone through all of them, but I want you to know that we appreciate you, your love, your support, standing with us, and just keep us in your prayers.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, chat. Here they go on. Damn, it ain't gonna let me play that. Hold on. Here we go. It was on ABC. Is that Michael Strahan? Hit the like button, chat. Everyone hit the like button. We're also 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Here it goes right here.
more on the mysterious death of Nolan Wells. We're joined by his parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, as well as their attorney, Ben Crump. And before we get started, first off, I want to thank you for being here under these circumstances. I know how extremely tough it must be, and we can express how sorry we are for you and your family. And first question, how are you two holding up?
Taking it second by second.
Day by day. Second by second and day by day, which we all can understand. And I just want to ask you, the friends that Nolan traveled to Horn Island with, they say that he stayed behind voluntarily. Why would he stay behind?
That we cannot answer. I can't fathom why he would.
I don't know why he would. We always taught him to, if you go with a group, you stay with a group. Mm-hmm. Even when he was in college, he would say, Dad, well, we're gonna ride down to a party or something in another city. Now, so I was telling him, look, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from your group. Because I always said safety is in numbers. Mm-hmm. And he always said, yes, sir. So he knew to stay with his group. So why would he split from his group? I don't know.
So that would have been unusual.
Yeah, that's one thing. So they're saying that he knows to stay with you, leave with who you came with, straight up. That's just something that we're taught down here in the South. Let me give another shout out to those who have supported the channel tonight and sponsored the show. Thank you, Najee, Michelle, Deborah, Street Justice, Valerie, Najee, Nancy, Gito, Jose, and Mickey. Thank y'all for supporting the channel.
For him to split from the group, and you said he would always check in with you. Did he check in with you that day?
So that day, no, I don't. But of course, too, they were on the boat, and usually when he is out there, which it's not uncommon, he's I think since last year he's been going there occasionally with his friends, and so it would always just be like, hey Mom, I'm back, type of thing. But this time there was no call or text from him. It was from his friend.
And then too, really didn't worry a lot about it because it was his last weekend to have fun. Because that Monday he had to report to school. And we was preparing to take him back for camp to prepare for the season. So, we're gonna see. He wanted to have his last little hurrah before he locked down and get ready for the season. Because, like I said, the entire summer he's training. He got more serious. He started to understand what I was trying to tell him about. Football not just being fun, but as you get farther in it, it becomes a business. If you want to excel, you have to understand, and you have to understand both at the same time.
And we know, Ben, that you said that you're going to do an independent investigation.
Yes.
And
yeah, they are doing an independent investigation. Sia said, "Where's my shout out?" There's your shout out. Thank you for liking the stream. Everyone double tap the screen. Be sure to share this live out as well. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. If you are a first timer, put first timer in the chat, man, and my mods will show you some love. First timers only, put first timer in the chat. Thank y'all for hitting the like button.
You say you have Nolan's cell phone and messages were deleted. How could you tell messages were deleted?
Well, his parents got the phone back, and that's something that's important, Michael, because they tracked this phone on Life 360.
So Life 360, but when I received the phone call from Warren.
You said, would I get a lawyer? So let's break this down. Under the circumstances, probably so, yes. If I was the family, especially if the one of the moms are a judge, like I said, that she could work in the office with another lawyer. The retainer would be $1. Maybe she could have went and got a high-powered lawyer, but to simply say that they have representation and to defer all questions to their representation, it would only cost $1. That's the retainer. So you answer me this question. If your family member got involved in a situation like this, would you pay $1 retainer? Because if it finds out, even if there was no foul play, even if there was no foul play at all, and there was some intoxication on that boat, some drinking or a little bit of this and a little bit of that on that boat, the owner of the boat could be held liable. So Yeah, I probably would. I'm just gonna be honest. I probably would, especially if it was some in-house shit for like $1. Yeah.
I immediately called my friend Tashima and I said, hey, have you guys seen Nolan? Because her two sons, Jalen and Javon, they grew up together. They played City League sports together. When they got into school, they played sports together. And so she was like, hey, okay, the boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when
You said a judge cannot provide legal assistance for their family members. They can get kicked off the bench. That's what I'm saying. Like, she doesn't have to. She's a judge. So she can pull some strings. She can pay someone $1. It doesn't have to be her. Pay $1. Hey, look, now you're my lawyer, right? $1. Hey, look, some shit happened. Our boat's involved. We need to make sure that we're not held liable for anything. Boom, that's taken care of. Now, once you're in there, you got attorney-client privilege. Anything you talk about is attorney-client privilege. Now you get your friends. This is all friend groups and shit, right? Other parents are involved in shit. They all paid a little damn $10. Defer all the questions here. Now, if you need actual legal representation, if this goes somewhere and somebody's actually charged with something, we'll renegotiate. Now you might have to pay some damn money. But as of right now, just to handle this media circus, it really don't take much.
When I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Well, how were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't like they said, we got his phone, they tracked it. And that highlights all these contradictions, Michael. The fact that they said Nolan was talking to a young woman and she said that he said, I'm going back to get on the boat with the boys. The boys said that he said he was going to stay with her. And so that's an obvious contradiction. And then this video of this, you can hear an argument going where Nolan is saying,
Now, what I'm saying is, when I talk about them higher legal representation, I just don't want y'all to get the notion that they had to shell out tens of thousands or thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars to lawyer up. I just don't think that's simply the case. I think how this situation has turned out and how connected this situation is with the judge being involved, that it was probably just an exchange of maybe $1, $10, maybe $100 bill for this shit. I don't think they shelled out tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands to go hire lawyers. I don't think that that's true.
give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And so then his phone ends up missing. I don't know any teenagers, Michael Strahan, who says, if you believe their story, I'm gonna stay behind and I'm gonna leave my phone. I mean, no young person leaves their cell phone. And so then there's so many things their parents were telling us about, even why didn't his body wash up with the tide on Sunday? Why would it come on Monday? It's not adding up. And that is the problem when you think about the history of Mississippi.
Yeah, so there's so many questions that need to be answered. And is there anything?
There are a lot of questions that need to be answered for sure. But what I'm saying is this, Chad. As far as what the lawyers for the friends or whatever have done thus far, it's not hundreds or tens of $1,000s worth of shit. Until someone is charged. Now, if one of these boys are charged, yes, they'll probably pay some more fucking money. But them saying that they're lawyered up, that's just a protection between them and the media, them and the public, to where they can have a lawyer in the rooms in case somebody says some, crazy shit. Now, if someone's charged, if they bring forward charges, then yeah, it's probably going to be a hefty fee.
Anything you'd like people to know about Nolan? What would you like them to know about your son?
No,
It's okay.
Nolan, take your time. Nolan was very loving. He was He was liked by all. It was not a friend that he couldn't make.
No, we'll be right back with more for the parents of Nolan Wells and attorney Ben Crump. We're back now on GMA with the parents of...
See, this is the thing. You said respectfully, I never heard of a $1 retainer. Never. I worked in law-related government department because you probably not down here in the deep south in the country. What I'm telling you is this. How it is down here in the south. A lot of these small law offices, they have a judge. It may be a circuit judge, maybe a county judge or whatever. They're the judge, but they also practice law outside of the county. So they'll be in the office, but they're not in the office by themselves. They have another attorney in the office as well. I'm telling y'all, I know these setups. This attorney's in the office, right? The other attorney in the office happens to be a judge in town. So yes, shit like that can happen. When I'm talking about a $1 retainer, I'm talking about this is for the judge's family now. I'm not talking about some random motherfucker on the street asking for $1. Now, $1 is really irrelevant. The point I'm trying to make, whether it's $1, $10, or $100, is not these thousands of dollars like people are trying to make it seem like, oh my God, they lawyered up like they just shelled out a bunch of money. No, this is some in-house shit. This is a buffer between the media and a buffer between that shit. Not saying that they're not guilty. They could very much well be guilty. What I'm saying is that until they've been charged, why the fuck would they have to shell out thousands and thousands of dollars and nobody's been charged yet? That doesn't make sense. Not one person has been charged. The sheriff even came out to say they don't think foul play was involved. I'm just being honest.
Nolan Wells, Christina and Elmore Wansley, and I want you to please continue to tell us what you want the world to know about your son.
So Nolan was just like this bright light, right? Walk into a room, his smile, his energy was just so infectious. It's almost like he drew you into him. And he was just one of those people, like he always wanted everyone to be included. He didn't want anyone to feel left out. I remember one of his teachers emailing us. I can't remember what grade he was in, but basically it was math class. They had a special needs student, and she asked a question, and Nolan got everyone to put their hands down because he wanted that student to answer. And so student answers the question, and she was like, Christine, the classroom, Nolan went crazy, and everyone else started going crazy, just celebrating that child. Making them feel included. And that was the person he was. Like he loved everyone. And I always told Nolan, like, you have to be careful when you have such a big heart like that. I love that God blessed you with that, but you have to be careful with that because that it's not always returned, that type of love. But he was just genuinely a good person. Like I always say, all the best parts of me are with him.
And Dad, anything else you want to add?
It's just, he's gonna be really missed. I know a lot of his teammates, they all looked at him as a leader. He's more like a silent leader. Not real big on words, more action, which is kind of like I was. I really wasn't real big on talking. I really wanted to show you and you follow me, and people followed him. And it's gravitated. He put in the work, he worked hard, and he knew he was focused on what he wanted.
What's up, Keith Jenkins? Shout out to you for coming through, man. My camera went down, but we're gonna be back.
And he wanted to make life better for, his family. He wanted to have his own family. He used to say, Dad, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. I said, well, son, you got to take it one step at a time. Slow down, let's go, let's walk this thing out. Let's train, let's sign our deals, let's make these teams, make these camps, put the work in, and everything else will work out. Even his baby brother, their bond got even stronger because now I have a big brother that he's finna do something, so now I want to outdo that. So his focus and his confidence has got even better. So I was looking forward to both of them having outstanding years.
They seem like an inspired in the home and he inspired
Absolutely.
outside of the home. And Attorney Crump, where do we go from here? What's next?
Well, the deleted messages that Christina was going to
So-
briefly touch on, we want to
Yeah,
get
so
the phone
to
and figure that out.
Backtrack on that. When we finally got his phone, me and my sister went through the phone. We went in his Snapchat. He had 2 accounts, absolutely nothing. It wasn't even 24 hours, which is how long videos and pictures stay in Snapchat. And I was just like, that can't be. Like, I've seen Nolan whenever he snaps, like when he goes and he's having fun, like he does videos. Like, there was absolutely nothing, no saved videos. And even my sister was like, yeah, that's suspicious,
Michael,
you know.
We're having an independent autopsy done at the behest of his family. Colin Kaepernick helped pay for the independent autopsy. We flew his body up from Mississippi to D.C. because they wanted an autopsy done by a person with no interaction with the Mississippi law enforcement, because there's an issue of trust here that is really important. And the fact that they keep trying to say, well, suggesting it was a drowning, but nobody out there reported him drowning, it's not adding up, Michael Strahan. It is not adding up.
And honestly, we are doing this because at the end of the day, I would hope any parent would fight for their kids to find out if anything happened, what did happen. So we just want honesty and transparency. We want a thorough investigation. We want that same respect that would be given to anybody else, and that's it. We just want answers.
Well, we really appreciate all of you being here. We hope you get the answers that you deserve to have, and we hope you get the closure that you need. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Mike.
All right, Chad, we're going to get into this last one right here. This last one. Let's see. I think Ben Crump doing his press run right now. He's going through all of the stops, man. He hit all of the stops on today.
See, a party or something in another city. Now, so I was out telling him, look, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from your group. Because I always said safety is in numbers. And he always said, yes, sir. So he knew to stay with his group. So why would he split from his group?
This ain't even the right one, Chad. That ain't even the right one, man. That ain't even the right one, man. I thought somebody said he sat down with Ben Crumpton. Southern, did you tell me that? All right. Let's see what Trap More Ross. Trap Lord Ross, he always does real deep dives into it. So we're gonna see what Trap Lord Ross says. Everything he covers, he goes deep into it.
The mystery around the Nolan Wells death has been going crazy on the internet over the past few days. I've been inundated with messages of people telling me that I need to look into this situation, and I have been looking into the situation. In this video, I'm going to break down to you a whole bunch of very interesting things that I have found, things that you're not going to see anywhere else. I've got footage of Nolan and his friends.
What I'm saying is this, Trap Lord Ross, when he does a fucking breakdown, like he finds out shit like, man, where your baby mama went to daycare at and shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he did a breakdown on NBA YoungBoy and talked about every single body that they try to put on YoungBoy. 19 different murders. Crazy.
That I haven't seen really getting posted at all anywhere. I've got some very crazy theories about what might have been the reason for his death or murder, as a lot of people are calling it out. There's, rumors that maybe his friends or one group of friends might have been involved that he was hanging out with. There's rumors of a cover-up. I'm now hearing rumors of some kind of racial... I'll just keep it real. Clan initiation ritual. There's rumors that maybe it's to do with a white woman that's involved. There's a whole lot of crazy stuff going around, and I've gathered absolutely everything I can, and I'm going to put it all into this video to break it down for you guys. It's going to be a very long video. So I hope you've got the time to break all of this down and listen to what I've found. But it is absolutely crazy, and I really just can't believe what I've been seeing about this. So before I get into kind of everything, I'm going to bring you through a whole timeline of the situation. I'm just going to show you this CNN article and just recap, just in case you don't really know anything about the Nolan Wells situation. Basically, his body was found after a 4th of July boat trip or boat party, and his death has fueled speculation, grief, and racial tensions. That's an understatement. So on July the 4th, Nolan Wells set out to celebrate Independence Day on a popular barrier island off Mississippi's Gulf Coast. In photos from the boat that day, 18-year-old towers above his friends, his arm casually slung around their shoulders as he smiles for the camera. But he also stands out for another reason. He appeared to be the only...
What's your last spring?
Some backstory about exactly what he had going on with these folks who were his real friends.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Brick Talk. I'm Zach Cardenas, the founder of Brick Enterprises.
I'm Sherrod Whitehead, co-host today for today's episode.
I'm Will Smith, running back for Ocean Springs.
Nolan Wells, RC for Ocean Springs High School. And this is episode 23.
So he kind of goes on in this interview to kind of speak up a few times and basically kind of give his thoughts on his experiences playing football and hanging with these guys that is day one friends.
It's been great.
So they actually went to Ocean Springs, and the caller that called in earlier, that's the same school district. So one of these kids went to Ocean Springs. I think Noah went to Ocean Springs as well. And the two people we had on the line earlier, they went to their school. They said the area is like 90% white. There are a few black kids that go to the school, but it's more of an uppity area, you know, in reference to Biloxi that's on the other side of the bridge.
I mean, we both got injured sophomore year, but besides that, it's really been just perfect, really. Yeah.
So he talks about getting some injuries while he's playing, right? And there's certain parts later on where he talks about when he got injured and he was he was off the field for a little bit. It was his support system, his close friends, his real homies and their friends, their families, their fathers, all that kind of thing that were looking out for him, checking in on him. And again, I just want to make it clear, you're not seeing any of these folks with him on the boat when this situation went down. Okay, I think it's just really interesting.
All in. It's really just like a lifestyle. Like, you all in. You with the team, the program, like the fans, everybody. You just all in with being a Greyhound. Yeah. That's really what it is.
Yeah, really. It's really like a brotherhood, and not just in here, like school, community, classroom, like everything. Yeah.
So this is my first time ever hearing Nolan speak. This is my first time seeing any video footage of Nolan as a, while he was still alive.
Really having love for your teammates and just Ocean Springs in general.
Do y'all hang out outside of here a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we?
Y'all live together pretty much? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be everywhere.
Sure.
Us three. Last spring, us three, bro. We were together every
He said, we be everywhere, just us three. No one else, just us three, right? And that just starts to make you scratch your head and think, because these are your day one homies. Yeah, I know you went to different places, but like you still, within the sort of Mississippi area, and just how did you end up on a boat with this completely different group of people? Now, there's more to this that I'm going to get to.
three, bro. We were together every day, wasn't it?
Because them niggas didn't have boats. I'm just going to be honest with you. Man, them niggas didn't have boats. They families didn't have boats. We just seen Nolan dad say he didn't know anybody who had a boat, or they would have been out there searching for him. That niggas didn't have boats.
Like was it spring when it was cold and then he had the Chrysler?
Oh, that was fall. That was like 2 years ago. But fall, every day we just working out, go to the crib, play workout, get eats, go to the crib, play the game, go home, get back on the game, just chilling, bro.
What's your favorite place to eat?
So they're saying they spend every day working together, looking out for each other. Now, what's interesting, okay, he talks a little bit about actually, his game on the field. And he played defense, he played safety. And what was interesting is they kind of touched on the fact that, like, what's it like playing safety? Now, look, I like football. I've been to watch a few American football games, or football as the Americans, you guys would call it. But obviously he's playing defense, and he kind of just talks very briefly on how there's a lot of trash talking on the defense side of things. And that kind of was something that was appealing.
Y'all talking about rent a boat. I don't even know if you could rent a boat at 18 years old. And man, they 18, they probably ain't got no damn money to rent a boat. They friends got boats and shit. Or people they know, friends of friends.
To him, he was a trash talker. He kind of could get that aggression when he needed to.
You play safety regardless, every game. You like playing defense?
I do. It's fun.
Yeah, like people up.
Yeah, I just like talking trash. On defense.
Dude, defense talks so much more trash than offense, from what I've heard.
Sure. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Will, do you talk on the field?
So they're saying you like lighting people up. He's saying, well, I like the trash talk. I like to get crazy with the trash talk on the field. Now, later on, as I kind of already kind of hinted at, he touched on his plans, and he really dreamed of playing football for Mississippi State, and that's actually apparently what his father did. Now we kind of know now that that's not quite where he ended up, but
y'all saying his parents could have rented a boat. Well, we know he wasn't on his parents' rented boat. We know he was on the other people's family's boat. So all of that renting a boat shit, I don't even know what we talking about. Niggas didn't have boats, man.
He ended up playing college football, but he didn't quite get into. I guess he didn't quite get into the school he wanted to.
Go to Camp Som.
Nolan, what about you, man? Where'd you always want to play football at as a kid?
My dad played at Mississippi State, so Mississippi State.
Really?
I ain't gonna lie.
Man, that's tough, dude.
Yeah.
No, I got a good program up there. I know it's tough right now. It's tough times up there right now. But look at it right. That Toledo loss.
I seen you, bro.
So earlier on, he kind of talks a little bit about going through adversity and the kind of the people that were looking out for him, the community. As he already said, I already showed you, these are his day ones. He said they were spending every day together on and off the field. They would practice, go home, play the game, hang out. Just the three of them. These three guys, the three amigos. That's what they were saying. It was just these three locked in. And he talks about, going through adversity, getting injured, and having a support system of all of his friends and their extended family.
I really feel like further on during the season, it's going to really just make us a better team overall, because we've been through the adversity, we've been through the hardship. So really just stay in the course, keep going. It's going to make us a better team. Same thing.
I ain't gonna lie, when teams get to talking like that mean they be getting their ass whooped. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. When teams get to talking about overcoming adversity and shit and making it through, man, listen, they ass about ready to miss the playoffs.
Thing really just keeping a level head, not really getting too down, and just having a good support system. Like his dad came to see me when I was in the hospital when I broke my ankle. See, stuff like that mattered to me. So I was just like, man, it just means more.
Yeah.
I have to get.
So it's interesting, right? So these are his day one homies, and bear in mind, there's not so much of a digital footprint of Nolan Wells that we've been able to find at this point. But what we do know is that these are his real homies. He ends up partying with these guys, and he unfortunately doesn't make it back. So kind of back to this CNN article, okay?
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, it does. Overcoming adversity does build character, especially throughout injury. I had an injury one year when I played ball, but I promise you, my coaches really only talked that overcoming adversity shit right after we got our ass whooped. Man, right after we got our ass whooped, or if we, was shit teetering on missing the playoffs or something, they get talking about that overcome adversity shit. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. As long as we was running through all the other teams and shit, we never heard shit about adversity. The moment we got our ass spanked, here comes that adversity talk.
And then I'm going to get into kind of some of the original info. It's July 4th, and that's the night that he ends up getting reported missing. Now, apparently, this isn't completely accurate. So what is interesting, okay, so he's partying with these guys, and allegedly a video starts circulating that appears to show people on the beach basically having some kind of altercation prior to his disappearance. So this is kind of the clip that's been circulating and doing the rounds, and people are saying it's him having an altercation. And it says a video is circulating on TikTok from Horn Island on 4th of July where you can hear arguing from a group on the beach.
I can't hear nothing.
So, is it him walking in the water in the middle in a second? There's kind of a group of people sort of gathered over here. Something's sort of going on. There's some more people over here. But it's not entirely clear what's going on where the altercation is. They're saying that that's actually where the altercation was going on. But again, this doesn't really prove anything, but it's interesting. Sort of thinking, okay, what is actually going on here? What are we seeing? What are we missing? So it's a little bit strange, right? People are thinking, what's going on? There was some kind of altercation that was going on. Something was happening. I'm barely even really able to make it out. I'll play you this one more time and then I'll see what people are saying.
Talk about
Everyone's looking. So everyone's all looking in that direction. You can hear someone, oh, fuck it. You can see people dropping an F-bomb, but we can't really tell.
Man,
So now I'm going to jump forward. I'm going to try and really give you guys an accurate timeline on this as I go and not get too far ahead of myself. So I've shown you a little bit of his backstory, him playing football, him hanging out with his original day one friends. Now he's with this whole new group of friends that look a little bit different to his original day one homies, his support system. And we're seeing a little clip of some kind of altercation on the beach on the 4th of July where this is going on. So now, all right, jump forward to now, but I'm giving you this for context. The sheriffs are searching for any information of these alleged altercations before he disappeared. Okay, and that's one of the last pictures of him allegedly. So it says, deceased Mississippi teen Nolan Wells might have been in a fight before his disappearance. Oh, my God. According to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff is now asking the public for information about a possible fight involving Wells, who was last seen alive on Horn Island July 4th. A search crew found the 18-year-old's body on the island. So he said, we're asking anyone who was on or near Horn Island July 4th, 2026 to contact the Jackson County Sheriff's Office if you have observed or heard an argument, disturbance, or other unusual activity while on the island that day. The sheriff's office is also asking for any information about interactions with or sightings of Wells, in addition to photos and videos taken at the northwest tip of Horn Island on the 4th of July. Specifically, authorities are looking for images depicting alleged altercations or containing images of or believed to include Nolan Wells. Okay? Now, what's interesting, obviously, you saw here his family reported him missing on July the 4th, and in the early hours of July 5th, his mother, Christine Wounsley, began posting desperate pleas and appeals for any information about her son's location on social media. But we're now finding out that apparently, okay, it was a friend of his that was the first person to report him missing. So this is now circulating after the fact, but it's building up a timeline of what really happened. It says, give me a sec. Just for the record, by the way, anybody that says, oh, you talk about these death stories for money on YouTube, bro, I'm getting nothing but adverts. I have to turn the ad blocker off, and I'm getting nothing but ads for farming equipment on this. So, you know, let them there. I guess the Sun Herald get in their bag too. But anyway, let's just focus on quality journalism, all right, regardless of who's doing it. But anyway, this is going around. It says friend was the first to report Nolan Wells missing after the Horn Island trip, confirmed by the sheriff. Interestingly enough. Okay. Following the finding of Nolan Wells' body, the Jackson County Sheriff's Department released a statement asking for first-hand accounts, and they've been trying to combat misinformation. I'll get to the misinformation in a minute. Oh, okay. They want 99 cents for me to give you this information. Give me a sec. So it says, one of the 3 young men who traveled by boat to Horn Island with Nolan Xavier Wells on the 4th of July was actually one of the first to report him missing that night, authorities confirmed on Thursday. So approximately 11 p.m. on July 4th, the Coast Guard was notified of a missing person near Horn Island. That seems to be before his mother alerted them. U.S. Coast Guard Petty Officer Cheyenne Basutro said on Thursday the initial notification did not require Coast Guard assistance. Interesting. And then it says Wells' mother was the second person to report her son missing when she called the Jackson County Sheriff's Department about midnight after learning he hadn't returned home. Okay.
So the Cajun Navy dude...
So that would be followed basically on that.
So the Cajun Navy dude said that they was out there 45 minutes after they got their call. So I'm trying to figure out where he fits into that.
That night of the 4th of July, when Nolan Wells' mother basically made her first Facebook post on the situation. So this is what circulated, okay? It said, updated, please be on the lookout for Nolan. He was last seen on the west.
And that's how the Cajun Navy guy said he got notified. He said within 45 minutes of that Facebook notification he got, they were out there looking for him. And this Facebook post is at 9:55 p.m. So depending on how quickly they got tagged and notified on Facebook, within 45 minutes, the Cajun Navy dude should have been out there.
Tip north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. wearing blue shorts and sunglasses. It's unclear if he made it back to land. Please message me if you've seen him or have information about his whereabouts at or after 4 p.m. So it seems like she posted this up at 9:55 p.m. and within an hour and 5 minutes, that's when a friend is making it official and reporting him missing, which is very strange, very interesting. Okay.
I'm going to find the clip of the Cajun Navy guy.
It's kind of a little bit confusing. So that would then be followed by his mother the next morning on July the 5th at 4:46 p.m. saying, here's better pics from July 4th. And interestingly enough, we're seeing a bunch of these pictures of him with his new friends. Okay. not the people, the day ones that we're used to seeing him with, right? And as it was stated in that article.
All right, we are 17 minutes on this video. I'm finna play y'all the Cajun Navy. This is the guy who said they actually found Noah Wells' body. Now listen.
A lively holiday atmosphere on Horn Island off the Mississippi Gulf Coast turned the coordinator for the search and rescue for Nolan. Josh, thank you so much for joining us. To stay tuned for more reports like this one. Joining us now is Josh Gill, the Cajun Navy's incident coordinator for the search and rescue for Nolan. Josh, thank you so much for joining us. Can you just introduce yourself to our audience?
Josh Gill. I'm from Louisiana. I'm the incident commander for the United Cajun Navy.
And how long have you been with the organization?
Been with the organization on and off since its inception. Really been instrumental in the role for a couple years now.
And shifting over to the Nolan Wells case, can you describe the water conditions surrounding Horn Island for those of us who are not familiar with the area?
Sure. So Horn Island's off the coast of Mississippi. Believe about 10 miles off the coast. It's a 144 square mile island. It's pretty big. It's a location that's in the Gulf of Mexico / Gulf of America, whichever nomenclature you want to use. It's a destination area for boaters, right? Fishermen, boaters, recreational boaters as well. July 4th weekend, the water wasn't extremely rough. It was a normal day. I'd say, light swells, maybe up to 1 foot. There is a pretty heavy tidal surge and tidal movement on that portion of the island where they were at. It's a pass between two islands, so there's increased tidal influence right there, along with wind and wave action.
Okay. And is the area popular during the holiday, during 4th of July weekend?
Extremely popular. All summer long, it's popular. Like I said, there'll be anywhere from a few hundred boats to, it could be over 1,000.
And can the water conditions change at all when the sun begins to set around the area?
Sure. Conditions can change rapidly there. It's not exceptionally deep, which calls for the ability for conditions to change quickly.
Can you walk us through the timeline from the moment that Nolan was reported missing?
Sure. So to the best of my knowledge, again, I didn't get a call till that next day. As I appreciate, late that evening, Nolan was on the beach. The vessel that he came with left, and from there.
So now he's saying he didn't get a call till the next day. So it wasn't during that 9:55 Facebook post. He said he didn't get a call till the next day, but watch later on in the interview, he's gonna say he gets most of his rescue missions from Facebook and people hitting him up like that.
Right. Again, I'm just a volunteer. I'm running volunteer operations. I'm not law enforcement. So what happened really isn't what I'm looking for. What I look for a search is that last known location, and then specifics about the area or specifics about the person. Knowing that northwest corner of Horn Island was what we call the LKL, last known location. From there, we looked at the weather conditions, tidal conditions, wind conditions to come up with a plan, come up with a grid on what we could do. As within 30 to 45 minutes of when I got notification of him missing from the family and then from the mother, we had surface vessels, that's boats, that were in the area starting to search. We also had 2 drones that were in the air, as well as boots on the ground on the island doing a manual walk to look for Nolan there. That next day, yesterday, we had at daylight 4 vessels, 2 more people, as well as a fixed wing aircraft in the air that started 6:15-ish, 6:30.
And when Nolan's mom did reach out to you, what was her tone like? Did she give you any information that could help in the search?
Oh, absolutely. So, and again, you can understand the frantic. She was frantic. She wanted to know everything that was going on, and what we could do to provide resources, what we could do to help her find her son. I mean, that's issue number 1. Find Nolan. But again, she was, with everything that was going on, Miss Christine was extremely calm when she was providing that information. And I asked some very tough questions. And I just wanted to make sure that, she understood all the questions that I ask are related to helping me find the location to search.
And when you and your team were on the ground, were you approached by any of maybe Nolan's friends that stayed in the area and that they provide any information to you guys?
It is an active and open investigation, so I'd rather not discuss the pieces and parts of who we had conversations with. I will say this is that I don't believe any of the friends stayed.
And what did you know about Nolan's disappearance when you first got that call? Did you know of anything beforehand?
Just basic information, stuff that I gathered off of social media, as well as information from the mother. Nothing that was super relevant to finding Nolan or to searching for Nolan. Just information that he got left on the island. Left or he wasn't there, possibly, hopefully, and as we pray.
He said the Cajun Navy is a volunteer force. They're the volunteer force.
That he may have made it onto.
That specialize in search and rescue.
Another boat. So what we do is we gather information, right? We gather as much information as possible. We then blast it out to social media. We've got a huge following, and this one went extremely viral to ask for help. The more people that see something, they could possibly say something. So we actually, at the time of him being found, we had people in the air, we had boats on the water, we had boots on the ground, on land, on the mainland as well, looking in 3 different locations where people had said he may have been seen that day, that evening before, or that evening he came up missing. So we take into account everything, every tip, every, hey, go look here. We do that. We do it because we want to make sure we're providing all the resources that we possibly can, checking everything out, and letting the family know that, hey, every life matters to us. It doesn't matter race, creed, color, religion, nationality. I don't care. We want to make sure that every family understands we're putting every bit of effort into it.
Did the search effort shift in any way after the 24-hour period when Nolan was still not found?
No, we remained steady with our search and our operations. We coordinated with the local Jackson County Sheriff's Office. We let them know what our grid pattern was. We sent them our grid in our search areas, and we coordinated with them. Again, we notified them and let them know that we would be in the area, in the air, as well as on the ground in multiple locations.
Were the members of the Cajun Navy on the island when the body believed to be Noah was found? And are you able to disclose any details on the whereabouts of the body?
So I would rather not disclose any of the details. It is an open investigation. We were not on the island. We were in the air.
And from your understanding, was the body, again, believed to be Noah, was it found in the same area as where the 18-year-old was last seen?
As I appreciate it, was within close proximity to that northwest corner of the island. Again, I don't want to get into specifics. It's an open investigation.
And how has social media helped the Cajun Navy in their search and rescue missions or operations?
United Cajun Navy, whenever we get notified of a person missing, typically it's through social media. People understand who we are, they recognize us, and they'll reach out to us through Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is. We turn around, we utilize those platforms to help get the word out on whoever it is that's missing, right? So I'll start with a quick narrative of who it is, last known location, what they were wearing, if they're going through a mental health crisis, if they may have been in a fight with their girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever it is, whatever pertinent information is there that can help us spread the word. Tattoos, height, weight, clothing. From there, I build this narrative, and then I make a poster, a missing persons poster, that's got all that information on it with as many pictures as possible. And then I do a video. The video will explain, and every one of them's heartfelt. Hey, we're looking for Israel. He came up missing. It's super important that we find him. His family is absolutely upset and distraught. Might be going through a mental health crisis. Whatever it is, I list it out there, and I do it with a lot of emotion, and it's true emotion, sincere. We put that out on multiple platforms, and then the tips start coming in. Here you go. Look, I'm not law enforcement. I'm a volunteer. It's a volunteer organization. We just want to bring these people home. So social media is a huge piece. Again, I don't care how it happens. I don't care how we find these people, as long as they're found and reunited with their family, one way or the other, right? We hope to find them all alive. Unfortunately.
All right, chat, man. I just wanted y'all to see that's how they found them. They were in the air when they found them, and close proximity to the northwest corner of the island.
Next morning on July the 5th at 4:46 p.m. saying, here's better pics from July 4th. And interestingly enough, we're seeing a bunch of these pictures of him with his new friends, okay? Not the people, the day ones that we used to seeing him with, right? And as it was stated in that article, one of those three guys, one of the three young men who traveled by boat to Horn Island with Nolan, was the first to report him missing. Now, we don't know who, but one of these guys was the first person to report him missing at 11 p.m. Okay, and there's some interesting details in the comments. Now, I can't verify the veracity of these comments, but I think it is interesting because so many people are interested in this case. People saying it's the ringleader on the far right. Watch what I tell you. It's something about this picture. They're going to say he fell, but if you look at it hard, the guy on the left of him has his hand on his leg. The one on the right side has his hand around his back. The person who took the picture did the cue to push him. Watch. That's kind of weird. He got his hand on his leg. That's low-key a little bit sus. It's a little bit domineering. But he's got his hand around his homie's shoulder as well. So should we really be reading too much into that? I don't know. Okay, he's kind of bracing him. It's interesting. People are saying the beads. Look at the beads. What's the reason and why doesn't the one with the shaken up beer have any beads? I don't know. Maybe they didn't. People are saying there's your answer in this picture. We've seen this play out 1,000 times. Don't act like the only one thinking this. Just curious. Were they together? Because these pics speaking down low vibes. The seating and pairing off with the space and the hand on the knee in each photo. The one pic has the guy's hand looking like he got 6 fingers. I don't know about that. I'm not seeing those 6 fingers. So people are thinking, it's a bit unusual. It's a little bit sus. And then that's sort of another one. This guy's had a little bit too much to drink. They're saying,
they're saying that they haven't been friends since childhood. They are high school friends. They're high school friends.
Yeah, it's just a little bit weird. It looks like someone gave him a shook up beer. He didn't realize that the other 3 did. Popped it open and went to swig it. But yeah, just like people just wondering what on earth's going on. What were these guys up to? What was happening? Okay, so this is kind of the latest, right? And like she said, here's the better pictures of it. People are trying to get to the bottom of it. Now, the next day, okay, Nolan's mother provided an update saying her son was still missing. And that's kind of in the midst of basically, the Coast Guard are notified at 11 p.m. The mum basically, posts it online. She reports her son missing. She called the Jackson County Sheriff's Department about midnight.
Yeah. We just watched the Ben Crump interview with Nolan's mom and his dad speaking, and someone asked about the friend group, and Ben Crump said high school friends. They made it clear that they were high school friends.
So about an hour after, about an hour after the friend, one of those 4 guys, one of these guys calls...
Max, what did you want?
Calls the Coast Guard. The mum calls just after midnight, and then the Coast Guard gets a request from the Jackson County Sheriff's Department for a search and rescue mission. Okay? So basically, before they find his body, and as you can see here, 2 days after the National Park Service ranger would find his body in the water, what's interesting is that at a certain point, okay, the next day, Nolan's mother would pop up and provide an update, and she says her son's still missing, but they found his phone. And she posted this at 6:46 a.m., interestingly enough. It says, Nolan has not been found. His father and I have his cell phone, so for friends who are seeing his location, it's because we have it. Katie has contacted me. We are currently at Horn Island. We're looking for any information other than what we already know. Please PM if you have any additional information. Now, it's heartbreaking because she actually went to Horn Island, and obviously, as we know, we would soon find out that his body would be found. But around the time that she's apparently, at Horn Island, she's gone there, she's got his phone, she's trying to get to the bottom of this situation. It would be around this time that the United Cajun Army the United Cajun Navy, they would be notified about Nolan's disappearance, and they would announce their own search. So just for context, right, the United Cajun Navy is a grassroots non-profit organization that they deliver rapid disaster response, search and rescue, humanitarian aid. So this isn't the official cops or the Coast Guard, but this is like a non-profit grassroots organization that can mobilize and get involved when things like this happen. So this was a case that was of interest to them.
Thanks,
and they stepped into action and basically got involved and announced their own search.
Josh Gill, 5 July 2026, really important. I know you guys are going to be out on the boat today. Enjoy your day. If you're going out towards Horn Island, I need you to keep your eyes out for 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Black young man, about 6'1", 180 pounds, was last seen on that north end of Horn Island. Guys, he hasn't been found. Okay, he was last talking to a girl on that north end. He went out to Horn Island with some buddies yesterday out on a boat.
It said he was last talking to a girl on that north end. Now, remember that. I'm going to talk about that way later in this.
He's not been heard from in close to 24 hours. So, guys, if you're out there fishing, if you're out there, jet skiing, doing whatever you guys are doing, keep your eyes out for Nolan. Family's going to be out there in the boat searching. We're going to try and get some air assets up there. We know there's surface assets around. Coast Guard's been notified. Local police have been notified. Guys, please keep your eyes out. Look at the poster. Look at the pictures. Let's see what we can do. Let's find this young boy. His mother's worried sick. Let's do what we do, guys. Love each and every one of you. Be safe. I hope you all still have 10 fingers and toes. Let's do work. Hey, guys. Good morning. Josh Gill, 5 July 2026. Really important. I know you.
So basically, a lot of people would be in the comments saying, if he went to the island with those friends, why did they leave without him? That's who I'd be first talking to. And to be honest, I agree. I mean, if I went to an island with friends and they didn't go missing, I think I would be probably up all night worried about it, probably on the island, probably trying to get to the bottom of it, probably shouting, yelling. Okay, it doesn't really make sense. And people are saying, have there been statements? What are the friends being questioned? What's going on with that? So unfortunately, I'm very sad to report that it was made official that on July 6th, 2 days after his disappearance, the body was found near Horn Island, right where Nolan Wells had gone missing, and this was the reporting on that.
Authorities in Mississippi have located a body they believe likely belongs to a teen missing since the 4th of July. 18-year-old Nolan Wells was last seen on Horn Island Saturday. The barrier island is a popular vacation spot. The local sheriff's office says Wells was there with friends for the holiday when he was reported missing. ABC's Alex Perez is following this case for us. And Alex, great to see you. What's the latest with this?
Yeah, as Stephanie, officials unfortunately say it appears we're dealing with a tragic ending in this case after beloved 18-year-old Nolan Wells.
Word from rescuers who were bringing a body to shore. Those close to them offered comfort and hugs. So his closest friends from childhood, real friends, remembered the kind, easygoing young man who was supposed to head back to Southwest Mississippi Community College in the summit on Monday to practice for the upcoming football season. They couldn't believe he was gone. So you see, this article, it really just makes me think, and it just really inspires me to think, those friends that he got brought together with through playing football, they seem like his real friends. I don't know how he knew these guys. All right, but they just didn't seem like his real friends. We heard in that interview at the start of the video, his support system, his people, his real day ones that were always there for him. And unfortunately, it just makes you wish that that's who he would have been. He said he had a tight circle of friends raised with him in Ocean Springs. He was a calming influence. If an argument broke out when the kids were younger, Wells was the one likely to break it up. He was friendly to everyone and usually wore a smile, his friends said. He could spark up a whole room, said one of his friends who called Wells a great role model. Wells also knew how to swim. His friends said that they even take lessons at the YMCA in Ocean Springs. Okay, so that's him with basically, like, sorry, my bad. That's him, like, two of his really close friends. This is Trace Carter and Javon Williams, who were longtime friends of Nolan Xavier Wells, whose bodies searcher believed they recovered.
So that's the one kid that was on TMZ, I think, that was like, yeah, why the police gonna come talk to me?
Monday morning off the western tip of Horn Island. The young men were among the family and friends who comforted one another at the Lake Mars boat launch, where emergency responders were staging search boats. Williams, who was also on Hall Island for the 4th, but on a different boat from Wells, visited with Wells shortly before he went missing. Now, that is very interesting. So it's saying Javon Williams there on the right It says that he actually was on the island. That's what's really interesting, okay? He went to the island on the 4th. He was on the island, but on a different boat from Wells. And he saw him shortly before he went missing.
Was on the
That's
island.
very, very curious. So this is some more backstory. It says several of the young men at the dock played ball with Wells in Ocean Springs. Football, basketball, baseball, they played it all. After graduation, Wells played wide receiver for the Southwest Community College Bears. Doris Hands was a grandmother to the childhood friends. Like the others, Wells called her Mama D, and said that he always gave her a hug and minded his manners. He was a good person, Hans said, loved sports and kind-hearted. He would have celebrated his 19th birthday in August. That's so sad. It really, really hurts, said Hans, who has awaited word since Saturday evening. When Wells failed to return from the island after the first day and no contact, I expected this. Wells headed to Horn Island Saturday with friends. His best friend, 17-year-old Javon Williams, said he was supposed to be on the same boat, but it filled up. Williams rode out on a different boat, but he saw...
Now, come on, man. You said they're looking for a reason to loot and murder. Come on, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Don't make me pull this belt out, man. Don't make me pull this belt out.
Wells on the island. He believes he saw Wells for the last time after 4 p.m. Saturday. So he was supposed to be on the boat with these guys, but he wasn't in the end. The boat was full. It filled up. This doesn't look like a very big boat. This looks low-key dinghy. More like a dinghy than a boat to me, but I'm no boat dinghy expert. So this is showing the sort of boat that takes off from the Lake Mars boat launch, and these aren't huge boats, to be honest. They're not huge. I mean, I'd be nervous. But here's where we start to get to some of these interesting details. Wells visited with a girl, Williams said, but he also chatted with other friends in the crowd. As soon as we got out there, Williams said, he told me that he loved me. Wells always had Williams's back. And if somebody talked bad about Williams, Wells stuck up for his friend. Both young men left their phones on the boat that Wells rode out on. Williams later retrieved his phone, while Wells' mother found her son's phone through location services, Hans said. So here's the thing. To be fair to these guys, all right, I think a lot of people have drawn conclusions from the fact that, oh, well, how did they get the phone? Why they got the phone? How comes the mum's got the phone back? Okay, sure. I know we're all really looking for whoever did this, but let's be level-headed for a second. If you all left your phones on the boat because you don't want to get your phones wet, you're out.
I'm just gonna be honest, bro. Like the people who come in here talking about they're just waiting for a reason to what did you say? To loot and murder and do all of this shit, bro. Like, why do you think that that's specific to black people? Like, y'all not see the Antifa shit? Like, it wasn't no black people out there at them damn ICE facilities throwing rocks and doing all kind of shit, man. What are you talking about, man? It wasn't no white people. It wasn't no black people at January 6th. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, quit making it seem like this shit is isolated to the black community.
They're trying to have a good 4th of July on the island. You might not even have pockets on your swim shorts sometimes. You might have all just left your phones on the boats. He goes missing, and then they're saying, well, look, we need to go back. Like, I don't know what's going on. They might have been thinking, hey, maybe, this has just been me giving a little bit of benefit of the doubt. They might have been thinking, well, you know, maybe he got drunk and hopped on someone else's boat, went back. His phone's on our boat. Everyone left their phones behind. Maybe he got wasted. Maybe he got wasted, hopped on another boat, went back. We ain't heard from him. He forgot he lost his phone. He on a mad one. The homie, his best friend's going to grab his phone. Okay? That's feasible. I would say that's reasonable. So I don't want to completely give up on that theory. The idea that why's the friend got the phone, the friend who gave the phone back must be the person who was responsible. To be honest, this guy sounds like a genuine real friend that actually looked out for him, had a good backstory and knew him really well. I'm not making this nothing about race because these friends are white and these friends are black. It's really just like, it sounds like this is someone he really knew from playing ball back in the day when he's a really tight-knit group of friends. They play in sports, they play in the game, they go to sleep, they just hanging out non-stop all summer long. So it says Wells was last seen at the western tip of Horn Island where the current is strong. Trace Carter talked to Wells before the island trip. Carter told Wells, just hit me up when you get back. Just be careful, bro. Watch out for yourself. Wells responded, I got you. I'll hit you up later. Okay? So there he is, man. So that's the end of that article. I thought there was going to be more to that. But anyway, some more kind of alleged details have since come out about this alleged altercation that took place before he went missing on the island and some of the family's suspicions about that altercation. So this is an article in the Atlanta Black Star and it's got some details in an interview, or not with an interview, but with some posts from Nolan's grandfather. It said, nothing right about this. Nolan Wells' grandfather heightened suspicions about foul play with a cryptic social media post. So basically it says, what happened to Nolan Xavier Wells, and do his friends know anything? That's the question his grandfather, Christopher Wells Sr., is posting to Facebook after sending off a barrage of posts about the teenager's disappearance. Too many unanswered questions. How can an island that was searched yesterday produce my grandson's body this morning? Wells Sr. wrote Monday. There's nothing right about this. Nolan Xavier Wells deserved the same things that people he knew and associated with will all enjoy in life. And again, these folks are under suspicion. So it says the Jackson County Sheriff's Office confirmed a body was recovered, and a park ranger said that it matched Wells's description. He was obviously celebrating on the 4th of July. We know a little bit more about that. His grandfather said young men were arguing before he disappeared. The incident sparked national attention due to the racial implications. Nolan was black, and all of his friends pictured on the boat were white, but we do now know one of his black friends was there, came on a different boat. People are saying, where is the video of the big fight that occurred Saturday evening before everyone left the island, he asked on Facebook. A viral video circulating online shows a panoramic view of the water, but at one point an argument can be heard in the background. The camera pans to a group of young men in swimsuits talking on the beach. There is a black man wearing a blue swimsuit that many believe is Wells. That is blue. But it says the Atlanta Black Star can't confirm the identities of the people in the video.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Then y'all get the move in the goalpost and shit. Like I'm saying, John Blue Wave said January 6th injured 148 police officers. You saying these motherfuckers ready to go loot, pillage, and murder people. Man, chill out, bro. Chill out. You don't see no niggas at them Antifa riots. You didn't see no niggas at them No Kings protests. You didn't see no niggas at January 6th when 148 cops got hurt. Couple people passed away and shit. But it's always the niggas, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Videos. It says one witness, Matthew Lamp, claimed on Facebook that he was in one of the boats when he heard the fight. One of my passengers is pretty certain he was part of that group that was almost fighting around 5 p.m. That would have been an hour after he saw his one of his sort of old school friends. Lamp wrote on Facebook, he said that the boat that Wells' friends were in left the scene quickly after the fight. The 3 people on my boat saw it all, said the fight was amongst themselves. On the video, you can hear swearing from the group of young men on the beach. One of the boat drivers did mention Nolan and his friends were fighting amongst themselves. Deidre Archangel, another witness, wrote on Facebook. And so authorities have searched, and they're now saying that Wells' friends, Eli Jax Patalo, Eric Alcantara, Wyatt Pyron, Warren Hudson, and Morgan Seymour switched their accounts to private.
You talking about y'all mad about cops getting injured? Nah, y'all just don't care about law and order. The same motherfuckers that don't care about law and order, they'll champion 150 cops getting fucked over. The same motherfuckers that say, oh, black people are so hostile and they yell at police officers when they get pulled over are the same motherfuckers that's gonna champion 150 cops getting beat the fuck down to the point that they're injured. It's crazy. It's crazy.
A reporter reached out to all of them. So that was that. Okay. And then we heard this. So this is an alleged relative of Katie McCormick, who was apparently the girl that Nolan was last reportedly seen with, making a post on social media. Right? This is an update. According to Facebook posts and confirmed by Nolan's mother, the girl Nolan was last seen with, Katie, is not missing.
Beat the fuck that, call it what you want. Trampled, stampeded, ran the fuck over, pummeled, beat the fuck down, have 150 of them was hurt. Shit, call it what you want. It was reckless. They acted just so reckless and violent and hostile.
She said goodbye to Nolan and then left with a different group of friends. Katie had just met Nolan that day. She assumed the friends telling him to get on their boat would take him back to the mainland. Katie's been in touch with Nolan's mom and is cooperating with police. So this is apparently a relative of the girl. She said Katie had a conversation and assumed Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat he came out in. Katie made it home because she was on another boat and with different people. Katie was safe because my brother and sister-in-law went and got her. Katie assumed the friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him.
Now here you go. Talking about what about the George Floyd riots? What about the Antifa riots? What about the Antifa riots? There ain't no niggas out there. There's white folks out there at them Antifa riots. A lot of them Antifa riots is white folks. So we can go tit for tat. That's what I'm trying to tell you. While you so worried about the black community, you need to go clean your shit up. But we can go tit for tat.
Me and my family have talked, called, and are sending up prayers to bring Nolan home. We've given answers that we can, all the answers we can give to his mum and the authorities. Now, what's interesting about this is it seems to suggest there's an indication of some information there to suggest there were friends telling him, come get on the boat. Who were they? Were they these same guys? Was it a different group of people? You know, we're now finding out that he's got homies that were there that came on a different boat, but some of his day one friends is a big group. They're bickering amongst the group. Which group is he bickering with? His new friends, his old friends? Is it all the same people? Do these guys know his other homies that were there? We don't know at this stage, but that's where it gets very, very mixed up and confusing and kind of makes you wonder what was going on with this girl. Now, again, there's going to be more theories about the girl.
You say Antifa and BLM are united. Why ain't no niggas at these Antifa rides then? Why don't you see niggas out there getting hit with pepper balls upside the head? Why don't you see niggas out there getting... Niggas ain't nowhere to be found. Who you talking about?
I don't know 100% if they're true, but as we've heard from the start, he was talking to a girl. There was a girl, so there was a girl involved. Argument, a girl involved. Last thing you know, he's been speaking to a girl.
You talking about they mask up? No, them ain't no FBAs. Them ain't. Listen, man. No, niggas is not out there.
Now the girl's giving an update and saying the next thing you know, last thing the girl saw were his friends, unknown friends, telling him, come get on the boat. Very interesting. So after that, okay, the family's attorney, Ben Crump, would come out and speak publicly about his concerns about this investigation. And he claimed that there were apparently very conflicted accounts from different witnesses. And soon we would start hearing about some foul play allegedly regarding his phone.
What gives you confidence or perhaps concern about the investigation so far?
Well, the fact that they continue to tell the family that we don't see any evidence of any foul play, even though you have students who recorded an altercation while they were on the boats of argument where you had...
Yeah, you in here laughing, talking about he said, I can't breathe. Now your ass can't breathe in here or get another word. Let's get Slump the fuck up out of here. Let's get Sump up out of here. Everybody say good night to Sump. He doesn't play well with others. We let him ride it out. He couldn't read the room, so we just gonna get him the fuck up out of here, man. Good night, Sump.
And Nolan and somebody yelling at one another on the boat. So that's an issue. And then you have the young lady make a statement and she says, well, Nolan and I finished talking, and Nolan said he was going back to the boat. And then the boys on the boat said, no, Nolan told them he was going to stay with her. And so they are conflicting. She's saying he went and got on the boat. They saying he didn't get on the boat. So
this is where it gets very, very spooky, right? So we've been hearing about this girl nonstop. But also combine that with the fact that what did our pal at the United Cajun Navy say? He said that they didn't cooperate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, chat. That's what I tell y'all. I try to let y'all have a little free reign, you know, get your thoughts and your opinions out. But at the point to where you just start trying to make the show bad and throwing tomatoes and just doing all that extra shit, like I tell y'all, this shit ain't no democracy. I will get you the fuck up out of here, man. I try to let y'all, you know, let this shit be as decentralized as possible, man. But at a certain point, hey, man, I got to take his executive power and get y'all the fuck up out of here.
Operate, all right? I'm just going to remind you what was said, all right? What was said at the start of this.
We could do to help her find her son. I mean, that's, you know, Miss Christine was extreme that I ask are related to.
And when you and your team were on the ground, were you approached by any of maybe Nolan's friends that stayed in the area and that they provide any information to you guys?
It is an active and open investigation, so I'd rather not discuss the pieces and parts of who we had.
All right, we just watched that part, so we're going to skip past that.
They're saying he was just a great guy.
So it's just so sad, man. But that detail about the phone, that's what raised a lot of people's raised a lot of people's eyebrows. Okay, so this is a thread on Reddit about the cell phone being recovered, and a lot of people thinking, what on earth is going on with that cell phone? You know, it is very.
See, that's why I like watching Trap Lil Raw shit, because he's gonna go to the pits of the internet and scrub this bitch with a Mr. Clean magic eraser and bring us all of the fruits of his labor. This nigga's in the trenches of a Reddit looking at theories over the cell phone, bro. He's in the Reddit trenches looking at cell phone theories, bro. Niggas ain't doing it.
Very, very strange, very suspicious. It says his friends recovered the cell phone but deleted text before turning it over. Now, I do feel like the way this has been phrased in the title of this, and this is in the hip hop and culture subreddit, is a little bit sensationalized. We don't know if they deleted the text. The family are asking questions about deleted texts. We don't know if the friends deleted text. Maybe he was drunk, sent something he shouldn't have sent, and deleted it himself while he was on a boat. We don't know. Or maybe he got thrown off the boat and someone deleted his text before they gave it back. But I just want to give you kind of people's opinions. It says, so they had his keys and phone, still left him on the island by himself. If he said he was coming by himself, how would he get home without a phone or keys? Something's not adding up. Oh, it's adding up. It's adding up, right? It said if everyone's meeting at before or after at central points and you're going to be drunk at the beach with sand or water, you leave your phone and keys somewhere not with you. You get your phone and keys from your friends later when you meet back up at wherever the central meeting points are between islands. That's getting downvoted. So apparently you guys not feeling the theory that maybe there's a reason you would leave your phone there. People saying, sounds like you were one of the guys that was with him with that mindset. People saying no, but I grew up on the beach and assuming that this is a beach going area, they're on boats hopping between islands, you're wearing board shorts, jumping on and off boats and in the waves and sand, drinking and being silly, making out with ladies. You don't carry your phone with you. You definitely don't carry your keys. I've learned the hard way. My wallet once washed ashore about 6 months after it disappeared. You can leave all that stuff back in the car or at home or in your shoes, and you leave your shoes at someone's house or car or boat. You wear sandals that you don't mind losing, and you don't bring your favorite sunglasses. I've learned that too. I'm not saying no one killed him on purpose or he died in an accident. I'm just saying that not carrying your stuff with you is pretty normal for the beach party. But people are not hearing that, saying, nah, bro, this has foul play written all over it, okay? You tell me in the comments, right? I'm not going to point you one way or the other, but do you feel like...
So how do y'all feel about that, chat? Do you leave your stuff on the boat? I'm going to be honest with you. Now, I've had my phone on the boat before. I've had my phone on the boat. I've seen people tie inner tubes together and float the river and have their phones in damn Ziploc bags and shit. I've seen a lot. I don't know.
People are being hysterical, or do you feel like just the idea that like you just wouldn't go anywhere without your phone? If you're docking, pause, and hopping off a boat onto a dock and walking along, you might keep your phone with you, all right? You might need to text, you might need to coordinate. If you're jumping off the boat straight into the water and walking onto the shore from the water, you...
Yeah, waterproof phone cases do exist, but y'all got to think, man, after my cousin drowned, after I seen the situation that's kind of similar to this, my cousin drowned. And ever since my cousin drowned, I just quit fucking with the water. Like, I didn't go back to the lake or none of that shit till I had kids. Like, after my cousin passed away, like, I wasn't getting in no pool or none of that shit. If it wasn't a tub or the damn shower, I was gonna pass. But after I had kids, you know, I didn't want to lower their quality of life dealing with my traumas. So I had to get over it so my kids could go fishing and play in the lake and shit.
Probably going to leave your phone in the boat. It says you can delete text from a phone, but that doesn't mean they can't get those texts. Should be interesting. It says they most definitely can get them unless their parents are loaded. I don't see the phone company having an issue with turning them over. Let's see how long it takes for a warrant. But it says the mum of one of the kids is one of the few judges in the small town they're from. It complicates the F out of everything. People saying it ain't complicated, lol. It said not only that, another kid's dad is a lawyer and the other owns a prison. There will never be justice. The feds and the telecom industry have a mutual partnership since before the Patriot Act.
Everybody.
It says, could someone tell me how the family knows text messages were deleted? I don't think I'd be able to find that out on my own, so I've been wondering how it's done. 2 ways. The last message...
Yeah, chat. I appreciate y'all for all the condolences, but yeah, I was 19. I was 19 when my cousin drowned, and I had kids when I was about 28. So yeah, it was like 9 years. And then my kids were actually like 2 years old before we took them to the damn water. So yeah, it was damn near, it was a full decade for sure. It was a full decade. And what's crazy is, to get over it, chat, I took my kids to the exact spot where my partner drowned, like to that same lake. Not the exact spot, of course, because we was on a boat, but I took them to that same lake that my partner drowned. That was the first time I went back to the lake. I took my kids there. Because I was like, if I'm going to take them by the water, I might as well face it, get it over with. I'm just going to take them to that spot. I had a moment, you know what I'm saying, with myself. I didn't stay out there too long, but yeah, I had to break the damn ice some kind of way.
Shows it doesn't match with the message before, which could give a hint that something in between was deleted. Also, your bill shows every time a message is sent and received to whom. That can't be true. Really? I'd never seen that in my bill. Not like, I mean, every time you send a message in your bill, that's crazy. I'd be texting all day long. You've never texted someone on one thing, then texted someone about another thing. And we're talking about a conversation thread to and from the same person. Okay. So yeah. Said he was going to catch a ride back with the other friends, but what's he supposed to do when he got back and they had his phone and keys? Houseway said, and I had racist making excuses on why he left his phone behind to catch a ride with the others. I hope whatever was deleted can be recovered and used as evidence. Why the F are they not in a police station being investigated by now? So I knew a preppy black dude in high school who only hung out with preppy white kids. He drowned while swimming in a creek with those friends, and no one ever questioned whether the other kids had something to do with it because they were his friends and everyone knew it. That was 20 years ago, so I get it. Shit changes, but maybe these dudes were just deleting texts about drugs or other stuff they knew his parents shouldn't see. Bruh, you just dropped a crazy story. What the fuck? How would the family know the text messages were deleted? Makes no sense unless they've been granted warrants to recover the messages.
Yeah, chat. What's crazy is it's the similar situation. Like my cousin that drowned, he had been in college for 1 year too. It was his the summer of his freshman year of college too, and he was gonna transfer schools, but he had to sit out. They didn't have NIL in the transfer portal like they used to, so they used to make you sit out a year. So he was getting ready to sit out a year so he could go to a bigger school. And it was the summer after his freshman year. So he was like the same age, well, 19.
Could have been deleted by Nolan himself. Either way, you can 100% recover them. Let's see what happens. So, got to see the timeline of when they were deleted before jumping to conclusions. Family saying something isn't the same thing as it being confirmed as to what's actually happened. Also, why would they return the phone knowing they tampered with it? They could have just thrown it in the ocean or destroyed it. Dealing the truth, don't spread anecdotes. That's the same thing as believing the friends 100%. I do think something...
And I'm going to be honest with you, chat. It wasn't no white people on our boat. We was all out there. And they still, you know, for the first like day, 24 hours and shit, because they didn't find this body till a few days later. It was like 4 days later when they found this body because people was doing trout fishing. Like they had the trout lines out there. His body ended up getting hung up on that. But yeah, for like the first 24 hours, really all the way up until they found this body, like it was narratives going around that we had unalived him. It was narratives going around that we had done something to him. Like people in the town wasn't fucking with us at that time. It's crazy. This is my blood cousin. Like, love this man. You know, like this is my cousin. Like we grew up together. And motherfuckers still looked at us crazy. Like we had something to do with it.
Fishy happened on the island, but don't spread things that aren't confirmed or talk about them like they're facts. That weakens the case. I kind of agree. I do feel like it's sort of interesting that, you know, they're saying he probably drunk too much and drowned. It's very common. If his friends didn't do anything, I feel bad for them because they'll be labeled. He had no issue having mostly white friends. This shouldn't be a race thing, but it's going to be. I don't know about that. What do you mean mostly white friends? I was seeing nothing but black friends back when he was 18. Well, he was 18 at the time of this as well, but back when he was, you know, a senior, he was with his black friends, like Juice WRLD with his black friends, and he switched it up on the boat with his white friends, right? I'm not making light of the situation. It just reminded me of that song. If you know the Juice WRLD song, Black and White. Well, my black friends doing with my white friends. Some people got black and white friends. I got black and white friends, right? I've got friends that are black, got friends that are white. I got friends that are all different nationalities all over the world. And you know what I'm saying? I got the odd friend that's a female as well.
And then, chat, it's like, in that moment, like, you just feel so fucked up because at a point you got survivor's guilt, you got people blaming you, you're dealing with your own emotions and grief, and you just don't know how to feel, and you're still young, so you just scared. Like, you just fucking scared in that moment. Like, you know you don't have anything to do with this, but you got everybody looking at you like you did do something. On top of that, you just lost someone who was dear to you and you're young. you got so many emotions going that you're just scared. You got half the people asking, "Are you okay?" The other half the people don't even want to talk to you or giving you dirty looks and shit. It's an emotional roller coaster. Trust me, it's a fucking emotional roller coaster.
I'm lucky. But basically, okay, this whole thing about the phone, I think, is a little bit of a distraction, to be honest with you. It's a distraction from the bigger issue, which is the mother of one of the other people that was allegedly one of these people is allegedly a judge who then spoke out and left a long breakdown, which a lot of people thought was very, very suspicious. Ashley Cole, now I thought Ashley Cole was a footballer, but you know, Ashley Cole's all over the world, I guess. We got an Ashley Cole in England, but it says Ashley Cole, the alleged mother of one of the children, who is apparently a judge, left this long message. And a lot of people aren't feeling this. Said, our family, along with the community, grieves the loss of Nolan Wells. Our thoughts and prayers with Nolan's family. Our son, Warren, loved Nolan dearly. Unfortunately, I feel that it's appropriate for our family to dispel some rumours with facts based upon the social media attention that's being diverted away from the Wells family and their loss. Yes, I deactivated my Facebook. Given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now, I fear for the safety of my child and my children. My husband and I have 6 children, and we covet their privacy. We do not believe it's appropriate for our minor children's photographs to be circulated throughout the internet, presenting potential threats to our safety.
Yeah, but the difference in this situation too is that I watched my cousin drown. Like when he went under the water, like I didn't see him again and ever. Like even at the funeral, like I didn't go view the body or none of that. So yeah, after my cousin went under the water, I never seen him again, like ever. But the difference is that I told his mom, like after the search and rescue team came out there, it got dark, they told us like, hey, it's time to go and shit. Like I told his mom, you know what I'm saying? Like had to take his car back home to his mom, had to take the phone back to his mom. Like I remember opening the door, like boom, just busting in the door, and I go in the house and like she meets me in the hallway. Like I'm at one end of the hallway, like by the kitchen, and she's coming out of like the back bedroom. We just boom meet in the hallway, and she could tell I'm frantic, and I just kind of blurted it out like, "Shit, he's not coming home." She's like, "What do you mean he's not coming home?" And I just he's not coming home. Shit's crazy, bro.
I ain't seen no pictures of her other kids. Don't want to see her other kids. Don't care. A little bit of deflection, if you ask me. I graduated high school with Christine Wells Wownsley. No way. Is that the mom? We're from the same community. I have the utmost respect for her and all of the Wells family. What does that have to do with anything, though? That's what makes me wonder. What does that have to do with anything? You're doing a bit too much, if you ask me. It says, we mourn the loss of Nolan with them. Our prayers have been and will continue to be with them. Why did your kid leave him behind? I want to know. My husband and I were not at Horn Island at any point on the 4th of July, but your kid was, allegedly. No one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He last saw Nolan around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. Now, I know we've got our pitchforks out for Ashley Cole, but what she's saying here actually does make sense. I'm not saying I completely agree with everything she's saying. Some of this is doing a little bit too much, and I think the lady doth protest too much in this, but it kind of adds up. If that friend of his saw him at 4 p.m.-ish, all right, one of his day one homies, we'll call him, all right, the white friends, okay.
Nah, that shit definitely traumatized me, bro. Like, I told y'all, I didn't go around the water for a long time. My partner Money, he don't go around the water. Blue Cheese we just did some shit. Like, I told y'all, if it weren't for my kids, I wouldn't be going around the water now. Even talking about it, I get like kind of teary-eyed and shit. I'm trying to hold it together while I'm telling y'all this shit. But, for the most part, it's like I remember it being an out of body experience. Like when I really realized, like, hey, he hasn't came back up and shit. Like I remember, like time slowing down, like an out of body experience. Like I don't know. Shit was crazy, bro.
I can't stop thinking about the Juice WRLD song now. It's annoying. He was with his black friends, and then he switches up, and his white friends get on the boat. Right, they leave at 4:30. Apparently, the boat's taken on water. They had an issue with the bilge, and Nolan decided to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. So now we're hearing he's on there messing with a girl, and I think they were talking about the girl. Did the girl say she see him at Did the girl say she see him at 5 p.m.? No, my bad. I misremembered. I was thinking for a second. I thought the girl said she last saw him at 5 p.m. But he basically stuck around. And I can assume he stuck around also to speak with this girl, because this is kind of one of the last things she saw. So the friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him. And so basically Ashley Cole is saying that her son was part of the group that left early, seen Nolan at 3 p.m. They left at 4:30. Nolan had said he's going to stick around, hang out on the island, and return back with another group of friends, likely this group of friends, right? So he basically, this guy said that he was with him. He see him, and it says he saw him for the last time at 4 p.m. Now, the other guys, this isn't what quite makes sense, right? So he says his best friend, 17-year-old Javon Williams, said he was supposed to be on the same boat, but it filled up on the way out. Williams rode out on a different boat, but they linked up on the island. He believes he last saw him.
You said, is that why I smoke and drink? I really don't drink. I'm like a social drinker. I'll have a drink, but I'm not a drinker. But no, I was smoking before that happened. I was definitely smoking before that happened.
Him for the last time at 4 p.m. and then he said he visited with a girl. So we're hearing that the last person he speak to is the girl, okay? And then Ashley Cole, unless she's lying, she could be lying. She's saying that they last see him at 3 p.m. So he's linked up with his day ones and he's already made a decision and said, you guys go back if the boat's all fucked up. I'm going to stick around with the homies and this chick. That's at least the story she's putting out, okay? But then here we go. The lady doth protest a little too much. She said, yes, I am a judge. I also value transparency. I apologize if anyone was offended I deleted my social media. There were no nefarious motivations in deleting my social media. Social media has a lot of positives, but a whole lot of negatives. We live in a world of clickbaiting. Sad but true. My family is hopeful this information will help redirect the attention to the Wells family, their grief, and their need for our community support. And a lot of people saying you're just trying to make sure. Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought it was people saying some people are supporting, saying I've spoken wonderfully. There's no reason for anyone to make assumptions or accusations. You have every reason to protect the privacy of your family, giving everyone time to grieve. People saying the enemy is so real, seen it for myself. Family has been affected by false accusations. People don't want the truth. They want money and attention, and it's sad. It truly shows all hearts of those on social media. I take comfort in knowing the Lord sees all. The Lord does see all. You better hope the Lord didn't see nothing that was contradicted by this post. May your family be encircled with protection. People saying I've been protecting my children from false accusations. It's devastating. I'm sorry that you have to go through it. People are so vicious. I would think that these comments have been curated, to be completely honest with you, because it's nothing but support. But not seeing anything bad, not seeing no one suspicious. A lot of people hitting the laughing emoji on a lot of these posts, though. A lot of these posts that are popular, they can't turn off the responses. People are angry and they're laughing a lot more than they're hearting. People are doing the chin scratch. A lot of laughing emojis. So if she's deleting all the comments that are negative, that are saying that she doing too much, she can't delete them laughing emojis. So I think that really goes to show you what's really going on under this post. But anyway, lock in. I'm probably not even. I might not even be halfway through, man. We're nearly at an hour. I got a lot more information. So that's going on, all right? That's going on. She spoke out, and a lot of people weren't happy with that. But then suddenly, right, as of recently, despite all of this weird shit going on, and he just washed up dead on the island. The authorities, to begin with, and is it suspicious that a judge of all people has put out their version of events, and then pretty much after that, we're hearing, all right, no foul play.
While we wait for official autopsy results, Jackson County officials say as of now there is no indication of foul play. However, Wells' family doesn't believe someone with his athletic.
You said, have a good night. See ya. You said vote for you on Maxim Cover Girl 2026. How the hell we gonna vote for you and we don't even see the link? You didn't drop a link, a damn nothing. How the hell we gonna vote for you? Do you want to send some prayers? We can pray for you now. We could send some prayers for you, but how we gonna vote for you and we don't know how?
Ability could get caught in the water. I took the trip to Horn Island today and spoke to someone who's familiar with the area to learn about the potential risk of getting in the water.
Hundreds, even thousands of families a year find their way out here on Horn Island, just enjoying its beauty and having a wonderful summer day, making the most of it. For lots of people, it feels like a second home, and with that second home comes security. But just because we feel secure doesn't mean danger is not around the corner.
A trip out to the island on a hot day is enticing, but the cool water that draws us out is not always so peaceful.
Yeah, there's always the risk of the current, especially towards the very tip of the island, probably the last 500 yards or more of the island. That current can rip really fast through there. And
Chris Barlow is very familiar with the waters around Horn Island. He was born and raised in Ocean Springs, and for the past 10 years,
Yeah, one thing about that water down there by Ocean Springs and Biloxi and even down there in like Galveston, like the shit don't look good. You know, it's like a damn, I don't know, dark greenish, brownish water. I don't know. The shit just don't look good. It don't look like that water other places.
has been the captain of a charter boat. Over the years, he's gotten used to potentially hazardous water, but when he goes, he does not drop his guard.
you know, you might be in 3 foot of water and swim out a little bit or walk out, and as soon as it drops off, that current will take you. It's happened to me, it's happened to friends, and we're always watching for the kids out there and everything else, but that current can be strong.
So now they're saying it's the current, right? No foul play. It was some hazardous conditions. Okay.
On top of the current and steep drop-off is boat traffic. Boaters riding by the island can send waves all the way to the shore. And in the case of July 4th, Barlow recalls an impressive amount of vessels.
There was boats side by side for a long distance on the north and south side of the island, but there was boats at some point 5, 10 deep side by side, but guesstimating there was probably somewhere between 500 and 800 boats. And you got to think every boat's going to have 5 to 10 people on it, so there could have been 4,000 to 8,000 people there just guessing, you know.
Each of these factors on its own can make water difficult to traverse, but all of them together can create a serious threat.
So they're now pushing the narrative that, you know, maybe you fell into the water, maybe it was horrible conditions, maybe you went for a little swim and ended up just in a situation that you couldn't handle. Now,
What's up,
in the midst
Annie?
of all of this going on, now the official word being put around is no foul play. It was a really choppy winter, right? We hear from the judge, then we start hearing no foul play. It was all good. Now, in addition to that, a lot of fake news has also been circulating that's been muddying the waters, all right? So this is sort of going around now, saying fake Nolan Wells videos are spreading as questions remain. It says, with few answers publicly available in the Nolan Wells case, AI-generated videos and deepfakes are spreading online, confusing people trying to understand what happened to the Mississippi teen. His mother has asked for help to stop spreading the false information. So it's why in a minute. So expenses. So why do you keep the going up on the GoFundMe? It's a sad situation, but stop being greedy and get justice for Nolan. This isn't an opportunity to get rich. Get justice and stop being greedy. Coming your way.
Go.
Is that a picture of him as a kid? That's so sad. And it sounds like she actually replied to that. She said, please send the picture to my cell phone. In 2026, well, you all want to point fingers. Thanks for sharing this picture. Man, that is sad. So people saying keep the fight. People saying, I'm pretty sure you have enough money for the lawyer fees and funeral expenses, so why do you keep the going up on the GoFundMe? It's a sad situation, but stop being greedy and get justice for Nolan. This isn't an opportunity to get rich. Get justice and stop being greedy. That, you know, I don't know if it's the time to attack a grieving mother like that, but you know, yeah, it is definitely interesting. So this is the official GoFundMe, and they've, as of now, raised $354,776. I'm not going to lie, the 776 at the end is throwing me the fuck off. I'm not going to lie to you. The 776 at the end is sending me. I'm not feeling that, to be honest with you guys. And I'll explain to you why in a minute. So an anonymous donor has given the largest donation of $3,000. You know, very, very interesting. I'm not feeling the 776 at the end of that. So I'll read you what this is about, the description of this, and I'll get back to some of the deep fakes and AIs that are going around. This says, in loving memory of Nolan Xavier Wells, our hearts are broken beyond words. Nolan Xavier Wells was a beloved son, grandson, brother, friend, and teammate whose life touched so many people. His smile, kind heart, and love for others left a lasting impact on everyone who knew him. After an extensive search involving countless volunteers from the United Cajun Navy, first responders, local law enforcement, and the United States Coast Guard, and organizers from across the region, our worst fears became reality. While no words can ease the pain of this unimaginable loss, we're deeply grateful for every person who searched, prayed, and shared his story and stood beside our family during these difficult days. As we begin the painful journey of laying Nolan to rest, we're asking for help to ease those financial burdens placed on our family. Funds raised will be used for funeral and memorial expenses, celebration of life services, and any additional costs associated with honoring Nolan's memory. Any remaining funds will help support the family as they navigate the difficult days ahead. If you're unable to donate, we ask you continue to pray for our family and share this fundraiser. Your kindness, compassion, and support mean more than words can express. All money raised goes directly to the family. Thank you for standing with us, for loving Nolan, and helping us honor a life that ended far too soon. Forever loved, forever remembered, forever... never forgotten. Forever remembered, never forgotten. So they're 89% of their way to $400,000. The original goal was $12,000 on July the 6th. The day after... That was the day his body was found, I believe. That was then upped the same day to 18,000, then to 26,000, then to 40,000, then to 65,000, then to 120,000. Then the next day, it was up to 210,000. Then the day after that, it was up to 350,000. And today, as of today, only 2.5 hours before I'm making this video, it was then up to 400,000.
I didn't hear anything about the Coast Guard taking a statement back. I didn't hear anything about that anyway.
And I guess they've made about $4,000 in the last few hours. That's weird. The 1776 is super weird. Okay, I'll move on to that in a minute. Okay, but yeah, so this is kind of going around the GoFundMe. Obviously, they're saying if you want to donate money for Nolan, this is another way to contact me. It says, this photo below is not from me or my family. I want to reiterate the one and only GoFundMe was created by Elia Dennis. We don't support or condone any other methods of collecting donations. If you would like to show your support, use the GoFundMe on Elia Dennis's page and my page only for everyone's protection. Don't trust or contribute through any other fundraising methods unless they've been shared directly by me. So we've already heard about Ben Crump being concerned about the death, and this is kind of just going back over a lot of stuff that we've already kind of heard. But yeah, people have been asking, you know, the official authorities are now also asking and saying, stop spreading misinformation. You know, don't share these sort of fake AIs. And there's a few pieces of misinformation that are apparently going on, that are apparently circulating. So obviously they're looking for any testimony of people that were there and have original videos that were unedited. And apparently the coroners actually had to come out and counter some of the misinformation going around. So it says after the discovery of his body, just let me clear up some space. An explosion of misinformation, unsubstantiated rumors and speculation has spread across social media, forcing both law enforcement and his own family to speak out to counter the false information. That has included Christine Wonesley debunking an AI video that used her likeness to spread misinformation. We recognize significant of misinformation has been spread. We're trying to establish the facts. I think I already read you that. So basically it says the coroner of Jackson County...
Najee comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat, said, plug, love the show, appreciate you, good night, and we are the Weekenders. Good night, Najee. I hope you have a great start to your weekend, and you enjoy every minute of it, man. Everybody tell Najee have a good night, man. We'll see you on the next one.
Personally traveled to Horn Island to provide the first examination of Wells's body, and in a July 8th interview with the Mississippi Free Press, Lind definitively stated no autopsy results were available, countering any speculation that the state of Mississippi had determined the cause of death as of now. It says the state medical examiner was able to positively ID him on the 7th of July through dental records. Dental records. What state was the body in? That's what we need to know, because if they had to use the dental records, I think that might be saying a lot, to be honest with you guys. So it says the autopsy was...
So if they're saying they had to use the dental records, that means he was probably underwater for that whole time. Body could be bloated. Maybe he didn't have any tattoos. I don't know why somebody couldn't come down and claim the body. It had to be in pretty bad shape. Yeah, if it was... They had to use dental records, he may have been underwater the entire time he was
was conducted on July the 7th. However, the state medical examiner who's responsible for determining the cause and manner of death in the autopsy cases has not given us the final report as of yet. The coroner stressed the full release of the cause of death would be contingent on a toxicology screening to determine what, if any, substances were in Wells' system for his death. I'm sure she's still waiting on the toxicology report to come back, and we're hoping to have that, I'm assuming, one day next week. Lind observed Wells' body on the beach where he was discovered. It was on the northwestern end of Horn Island. They said that Wells' exposure to the elements meant he would have to be examined further at the state medical examiner's office. Really do want to know what state the body was in. It says the coroner did firmly quash one of the many rumors that he'd been spreading across social media. I've stuff out there where people are saying that it's been reported he was found wrapped up. It's crazy. There's no truth to that at all. That doesn't sound like a very professional statement from the coroner, to be honest with you. I've stuff out there that I'm starting to think, is this... I don't know what's going on with that. This is weird. So Reverend Al Sharpton said in a statement that the Nolan Wells family deserves the truth. And Ben Crump, the civil rights attorney representing them, has said an independent autopsy will be conducted on the body on Friday when he is hosting a press conference in Harlem, New York with Reverend Al Sharpton. So I'm going to get to some more details about that, basically. And obviously we've heard that this judge, this mother has opened up about it. But basically, there's been kind of the family have called for the removal of those AI videos, and it mentioned there was an AI video that showed kind of like a white man basically play, especially because of Mississippi's history of racial killing.
We know that he was with his friends. They went out on Horn Island, as Charles said. He was the only black teenager that was there, and all of them came back safely on the boat with his cell phone.
But see, Ben Crump, we know that he wasn't the only black teenager that was out there. Maybe he was the only black teenager that went out there with that group, but his friend said he was out there on a different boat. So Ben Crump got to kind of get it together a little bit if he's going to be representing this shit. Ben Crump got to get it together a little bit.
Phone, Harvey, but Nolan's body was found washed up on the shore on Monday morning. His family is not accepting that it was an accidental drowning. They haven't been told anything, but that's been the suggestion, and they're not accepting that because Nolan was a college football player. He was a superior athlete. He was in great fitness and condition, and so for them to try to say, well, we got his phone, but we don't know where he's at, and then he turns up dead, they are not accepting it, and there's so many questions, so many contradictions.
I know there's one friend, a young woman who has come forward and has spoken to the police, and I'm wondering if she's spoken to you and how her version of events differ from what the other friends have said.
She hasn't spoken to us, but we know her statement that she released publicly. She said that she was talking to Nolan, and then Nolan said, well, I'm going back to the boat with the guys I came with. That's her version. She said that he did not leave with her, that he went back and got in the boat with the other boys. Well, the boys say that when they was talking to Nolan, he said he wasn't going to get in the boat with them, that he was going to stay with her, stay behind with her. Their statements contradict one another, and that is something that's very troubling. On top of the fact that we know there are videos circulating where there's an argument where you hear Nolan arguing with somebody, and we're trying to say this is too much to just try to sweep under the rug. No, we want to have a thorough investigation as if it was 3 black boys and a white boy who was with them ended up dead. We want that same investigation.
You have such a history with civil rights cases. Are you suggesting race is an issue here?
We're talking about the state of Mississippi, and we know, based on the history of America, in the Deep South, there have been many racial killings where there were nobody held accountable. We don't know what happened here, but we cannot forget history, and we have to respect his parents saying that we want an independent investigation because we're not trusting people who are affiliated with Mississippi law enforcement. We have too many lived experiences as black people in America. It's not adding.
So he's saying that he's not trusting Mississippi law enforcement. So do y'all trust Ocean Springs or whoever's going to be handling this investigation to do it thoroughly? After the autopsy comes back, after the toxicology report comes back, do you think that they will handle this investigation thoroughly?
Up. It is simply not adding up. The fact that what teenager gives up their cell phone, that is always something that has us bewildered. The fact that his parents, his mother and father, when they're looking at the phone, they're seeing some deleted messages. So they're trying to figure out what's that about. So we want to dot every I, cross every T, and look under every rock, literally, because they are not accepting that the police saying, where there's no foul play, let's just go ahead and move on. Well, they can't move on because Nolan is dead.
Are they seriously investigating this? Are they talking to the family? What's the state there?
We don't know what they're doing. As I understand it, they have not communicated with the family.
Has Nolan's body been returned to the family? And do you have plans for, we've covered cases like this with you before, that there's going to be an independent autopsy?
We are flying Nolan's body from Mississippi to Washington, D.C. to have a doctor perform an independent autopsy because his parents wanted autopsy done by a doctor that had no affiliation with law enforcement in the state of Mississippi, because that's how concerned they are about getting to the truth and not having any hints of impropriety.
That's crazy that they taking the body all the way to D.C. July 4th, the damn GoFundMe's on 776, and they flying the body to D.C. of all places. I don't know, bro.
So he's seemingly suggesting that there really is like a level of racial injustice in Mississippi that is just unprecedented in other states. And I think it's about time that we get into it. So I want to show you just a couple of Reddit threads that are going around, and then I'm going to show you kind of a theory that's going around on X as to what this might have been about. This is going around underreported news. It says, why are black people showing up dead among white friends? Nolan Wells vanished on a Mississippi island. His case joins a troubling list of suspicious black deaths. So this is from The Advocate. It says the black college freshman disappeared after a boating trip with white friends. Now his family and activists are pressing authorities for answers. This is a very cluttered page. So it says a nationally covered search for a missing Mississippi black teen ended in tragedy when authorities found the body of Nolan Wells near Hoard Island. But amid broad speculation about how the college freshman ended up dead after a boating trip with white peers in the Deep South, activists are asking whether, in the eyes of American justice, black lives still matter. So Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter, Monday, July 6th, confirmed the body was found and identified by family. We were hearing it was identified by dental records a minute ago, so that's odd. Several miles off the Mississippi coast, reachable only by boat, 2 days after the mother had made the call, so we kind of knew a lot of that. But the statement came after Ledbetter characterized Wells' failure to return from the island as a choice. From what we understand, he chose to stay there. So a timeline showed the press release about the missing teen didn't go out until 12:31 p.m. on Sunday, 12 hours after the family first reported him missing. That came minutes after the sheriff's office first request for assistance from the Coast Guard was received. Questions are focused on other young people that were with him before he disappeared. We've heard about his Associated Press said that friends were cooperating with the investigators. It says Wells might have stayed behind. So the families demanded more information, a further investigation. But basically, online, many have looked to stories from the other men on the boat who at times claimed that he stayed on the island with a woman named Katie, but that woman, through friends, said she didn't know Wells before that day and they parted ways before he disappeared. Obviously, there's the video of the alleged altercation. There's been speculation on the families of the young men.
Yeah, Mississippi did do the autopsy, but they said they have to wait for the toxicology report to come back, and that could take weeks. So we can expect at least a couple weeks on that because they said they are waiting on the toxicology report to come back.
Who have been with Wells. Obviously, we saw the judge, and basically, all the criticism that's been going on with that. But this is where it kind of becomes the racial element. It sparked outrage. Many activists are pointing towards his death. Oh my gosh. as the latest tragedy involving young black Americans. Rashonda Elias, an influential creator whose content breaks down complicated stories and topics, said the circumstances demand further investigation. We all want answers because I know somebody knows something. This is just the latest suspicious death falling into that category. So in this post, she pointed at several deaths that were ruled as self-deletions over the last year, including Gerard Jackson after reportedly leaving the Electric Forest Festival in Michigan, Tanea Jackson found in a Miami park after a Juneteenth event, Juanita Nzita discovered outside the United House Prayer for All People in North Carolina, Kyle Basinga found by visitors at Georgia Park, and Trey Reed discovered by football players at Delta State University in Ohio. All of those black victims who died by hanging in public areas. Now,
all right, this is what it says. How long do toxicology results take? Toxicology results, especially forensic post-mortem toxicology reports, often take weeks to months to be issued, far longer than what's shown in TV crime dramas. The delay is due to a multi-stage, highly precise process. Initial screening, samples, blood, urine, tissue are tested quickly for common substances using autoimmunities. Confirmatory testing. If a substance is detected or the result is inconclusive, more advanced methods like gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, spectrometry, or liquid LC-MS are used to definitively identify and quantify the compound. Then you got quality control. Results undergo multiple technical and administrative reviews to ensure scientific and legal accuracy. Novel substances, identifying rare or new designer drugs require specialized techniques, not in standard panels. Lab backlogs. Public forensic labs may handle cases from law enforcement, public health, and death investigation, creating long queues. Typical timeline, screening phase can be completed in a few days. Full report often 2 to 8 weeks, but can extend to months depending on backlog, complexity, and whether new substances are found. Urgent cases. Some medical or legal cases may be prioritized, but this is not always possible. Factors that affect turnaround, sample type. Blood processes faster than hair or tissue. Scope of the testing, broad panels or rare compound tests take longer. Lab workload, peak periods or understaffing can delay results. Technology and automation. Modern labs with advanced equipment process samples more quickly. All right, that's what they got going on.
This is messed up. There's obviously horrible history of the way that black people have been treated in America. This isn't a video about that, but
thank you,
all
Lala.
of those victims died by hanging in public places, and they were all black. Something they really ain't right, to be honest with that. I would say something really isn't right about that.
We are clear. None of this is okay.
Where we've got to with this, basically, and this is kind of a whole timeline, and essentially, it was all laid out in this, all the details and everything. Well, basically everything we've covered in this video, but people are saying it's so tragic. He had his whole future ahead of him. Young teenage boys always feel invincible. Underage drinking on a boat, island party in the Gulf, recipe for disaster. People saying, I really hope this was a terrible mistake. I really hope that his last day was fun and he felt safe. Such a tragedy. I can't imagine what his parents must be feeling. If foul play was involved, I hope they get the max. People saying, sucks. I was on Hall Island with my family that day, and knowing while I was watching my nieces and nephews playing in the water, somebody possibly drowned maybe a couple hundred yards away is crazy. This person needs to reach out to the authorities immediately, I would say. Having no idea what Horn Island is like, is it reasonable for there to be enough people over there where this person might actually run into others they know and expect to get another ride back? It says there were hundreds of boats and the place was crowded with people, and seeing how he had friends that rode in on other boats, there's no reason he wouldn't have been able to get a ride back. Okay? Interesting context. His best friend came on a totally different boat. It's not crazy to believe that he was riding back with him. All right? Very interesting.
All right, chat. Everyone double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. We're like 4 hours in, over 4 hours in, so we're about to get up out of here, man. We are the Weekenders. We will be back live on tomorrow, probably during the midday and on tomorrow night, because we're the Weekenders. All right? We're the Weekenders. Be sure to double tap that screen on your way out. Subscribe to the channel. We're 3 subscribers away from 49,300. Can we get 3 subscribers before we get off live? Like, it's that possible? Y'all fuck with me a little bit, man. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for pulling up, rocking with me. Mods dropped the book. I did, everyone double tap that screen. Hold on, chat. I did drop the book, pre-order. I did drop the book pre-order. The link is on the community tab, and my mods will drop it. It's called OA, Organized Action, the Modern Framework for a Political Movement. We talk about identity and the language and infrastructure behind every political movement that outlasted its moment. It's basically about how we believe, well, I believe that the next phase of politicians, it won't be one person that rises, it will be a political movement. We see these things like America First, MAGA, End the Fed, Drain the Swamp, those type of terms. They're looking for compression over precision. We're going to talk about how to build the infrastructure, how to use modern technology, how they use influencers, clippers to sway narratives, how to deal with people trying to usurp the movement, safeguards on people usurping the movements, just things of those sorts, man. I believe it's a really good read, and you'll walk away with it with a lot of information. Be sure to sign up for that pre-order list. The pre-order list is you do not have to make a payment. It's really just you sign up your email and you'll get updates. We'll release the book 1 week from yesterday because it is a new day. So next Friday is when we will be having the book actually available. So thank you guys for pulling up, man. I hope everybody has a great night, and I will see y'all on tomorrow, man. Good night, chat.